thinks funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings, salutations. Welcome, one and all. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Joining all this. Say hi to Bam Bam Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share Cold One with the boys. And we're having something's going on with the video over there.
Oh, yeah? What's
on
going
your
on?
side, yeah.
Ooh, look at that.
I don't know what that is.
I probably have to reboot it.
Yeah.
Something. It's like it's stuck. It's my chair, but I'm not in it.
All right.
Holy mackerel.
Try going to a different screen and coming back to it. Like go to the
Okay.
that one.
Let's go to that one. Wait, hold on. Go to that one. Go to that one. Now let me go to that one.
Yeah.
Nope. I'll reboot it in the break.
All right.
Hey, Mary Santora is here too.
What up? Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Valentine's Day.
Da-da, da-da-da-da.
And Poundcake is back in Studio G. I say Poundcake is back in Studio G.
What is happening?
I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Are you there?
I'm here. Can
Oh,
you
I don't
hear
know
me?
what happened. Yes, I'm so sorry. There's Poundcake back there.
Afternoon, white
I-
people.
He's immediately dismissive. Right. If you want to join us telephonically, we'd love to have you on the phone. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. All the other stuff. Very, very top of the show. I did want to thank everyone who messaged me last night and into today. I got a lot of concerned messages from people. Many of you know both of my older children go to Michigan State University. And they were on lockdown during the whole thing that happened. It was so weird because yesterday was my 7-year-old's birthday, and that's why I was out yesterday, take that day off. And so last night, my daughters were FaceTiming with each other, probably about a half an hour, 45 minutes before all this went down. So I put my daughter to bed, and then I fell asleep. I was pretty tired. I put my 7-year-old to bed, and that she's got school today, and so, and then I fell asleep. And then I find Gwen waking me up and saying, hey, I didn't want you to wake up and look at your phone or whatever and start freaking out of a dead sleep. I guess she thought she'd do it for me or whatever. But anyway, no, she was telling me that she had been on her phone and saw what was transpiring at Michigan State and texted my son and my daughter to find out if they were okay. And so she had been texting with them, but she woke me up. She's like, hey, I just want, because my ex-wife had called or whatever, and so she's freaking out. And so I text both my kids, and I said, where are you? Are you okay? And they were texting me back. They were they were hunkered down. But at least I knew that where they were, it wasn't like some people were waiting for hours to hear back from their kid or student or whatever. And so Gwen, I guess, had been talking to them, and my daughter had texted me, hey, it was kind of nonchalant the way she texted it, but that's how a kid can be. She's like, hey, I just wanted to let you know there's a shooting in my neighborhood, and we're locked down right now, but I'm okay. And so she sent that before, I guess she had already been texting Gwen and then texted my phone or whatever. And so by then, I'm going back and forth, both of them. My son, I almost didn't text because he lives off campus. He has an apartment off campus, but I texted him, hey, are you on campus? And he said, unfortunately, yes. He's a TA, so he was hunkered down in the basement of one of the science buildings where he was doing some stuff. But my daughter's dormitory, which is where she was locked down, her dormitory is just a few buildings down from where all the shootings started. And again, this is Lansing, Michigan, right? I mean, East Lansing is where Michigan State is. But I think people think that there's kind of a dome over any college campus. But this kind of situation aside, there's always in the background kind of pop, pop, pop. You know, students that go to Michigan State aren't necessarily thrown off by hearing gunfire way off in the distance because invariably somebody will be having a party. They'll have a friend that comes from out of town or something, and things get hot and something pops off. That wasn't what this was, obviously. So I'm kind of, I wouldn't say I was freaking out because obviously I was having conversations with my kids, but I wanted to know that they were okay, and it's not like I can pick up and go across the street and go see what's going on. And so I had just been kind of texting back and forth with them. You know, the weird thing is that mass shootings now are so prevalent that there are kids at MSU who have survived multiple shootings.
Yeah.
Right? There were a couple of students who lived through the Oxford, Michigan shooting, that's suburban Detroit, where that kid, that's the one where the parents ran and hid because he had the gun and they knew it. And so they're being charged now, but he killed 4 or 5 kids. There was a girl on TikTok who was she was 10 at Sandy Hook and survived that in 2012, and now she's a student at Michigan State University.
Oh.
So they've identified the guy who apparently had no connection whatsoever to the school, just a guy who was having a hard time, some 43-year-old stock boy at Meyer who figured, well, I'm going to kill somebody, because I guess they found he killed himself, so that's good news. But I guess they found a note in his pocket indicating a threat to a couple schools in New Jersey where he did have ties. So I guess he thought, well, I can't get back to Jersey to kill anybody where I used to live, but I really want to kill somebody. And so he just marched over to Michigan State. And they've identified, he killed 3 of them outright, and there are 5 more in the hospital, and they're all in critical condition, so who knows how that's going to lay out. 2 of the 3 that they initially identified went to the same high school.
Wow.
So that community is having a hard time. They're both from Grosse Pointe, which is one of the tonier suburbs there in Detroit. One of the girls who was killed was the niece of some reality star on VH1. Some girl called Delicious from Flavor of Love.
Oh, no.
Her niece was one of the students who was killed there. So anyway, to come full circle, just thank you for people who had messaged me, because there were a lot of people who were like, I saw Michigan State and the first thing I thought of was your kids, which is very sweet. But
yeah, I saw it last night and texted you. And
yeah, Bill texted me. And by that time, I was kind of it was about 2:00 when my wife texted me and said, they're coming home. They grew up about an hour away from Michigan State, but so my ex-wife's up there all the time. But she said they're coming home. They're closing campus down for 48 hours. So they are at home now, but they're fine. But again, it was a wild time. I mean, to go from my youngest daughter's birthday and everything that came with that to them like FaceTiming, and then maybe 45 minutes later going, hey, I mean, to their credit, neither of them sounded super freaked out about it, but I mean, they're not going to tell me that anyway, you know. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was okay. I knew my daughter was at her dorm because when she FaceTimed, she was in the middle. She had taken a minute. She was in the middle of like a residence hall event that she was a part of or something. So I knew that she wasn't out, you know, somewhere else. But it was very, very, very sad for obviously the families who lost. Because I guess they were all, initially I was like, okay, 3 dead, 5 in the hospital. You don't know the makeup of that group. I thought maybe there were a couple of teachers. I didn't know. Adults dead. I guess they've determined they're all students. So awful time, obviously, for people who will lose a child in this or a family member or something. But anyway, thank you for people who had messaged me about it. And obviously all that information, it's international news now. And Michigan State, unfortunately, joins the dubious honor of universities and schools that have had mass shootings now. And that number is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I got to take a break here. I will have more money for you. It's $1,000. Think about getting yourself $1,000 on the way at 2:30. This is the last week to do it, by the way. So keep an extra close ear on these keywords because they'll come in fast and furious, but each one of them could get you a grant. So that next one is coming up at 2:30. If you want to text for anything, do that, 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've listened to and loved. Residency and more.
Find a full list of nominees and start voting for your favorites now.
Stars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Imagine Dragons.
We're the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
It's iHeartRadio.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all. And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
From the Mazda of Kent studios.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent. MazdaofKent.com.
Remember, if you say Valentine's Day, you deserve to die alone. X's and O's from the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Too soon? That's why Taint Valentine is helping out in the video department today. If you want to watch live at AlanCoxShow.com. You send a text if you like, 35192. I will have another $1,000 for you in about 5-6 minutes. So listen for that next keyword. It is the very last week. It is week 7 of 7. Hard to believe, but they come very, very quickly. Chances for you to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself. Mary Santora was trying to pass off chocolate-covered grapes.
Oh, they're so good.
Earlier in the show.
I can't believe you've never. I guess it's not.
I've
a
never
very
heard of that
common
before.
thing.
I like how she explained them to us. She goes, they're grapes covered in chocolate.
Yeah.
I go, oh, that's what you meant by chocolate-covered grapes.
Yeah. Well, I've always had them, like, in addition to chocolate-covered strawberries, but I, was giving some around to the people in the sales department, and a lot of people were like, oh, I've never heard of this. And I'm like, dude, Mally's has been making them forever, so I didn't know if maybe it was just a Cleveland thing or if it's just not that
I've never had them. I've never heard of it
I do
before
know
today.
that grapes are just a Cleveland thing.
Well, yeah, we're the grape capital of the world.
I
They call
have
us the big grape.
I had never heard of chocolate-covered grapes. I'll cop to that.
Yeah.
So
You're
maybe
not
it's
the only one.
maybe it's a Mally's invention. Well, listen, I guess if you spend a lot of time with the Mally's organization, and it sounds like you might, you'd be hip to the chocolate-covered grapes.
Yeah, I bought a box of chocolate-covered grapes and a box of chocolate-covered strawberries yesterday. I knocked
You
out.
bought them for yourself.
No, I bought them for Brian. I bought strawberries for Brian. I didn't know if he liked the grapes or not, but I knew that I liked them. So I gave, because I have a show tonight at the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls, which is sold out. I apologize, guys, if you waited. You can't get tickets.
You don't have to apologize for that. They know it's Valentine's Day.
I was going to say, if you're waiting until now to get your Valentine's Day plans, you got bigger fish to fry than
Listen,
that.
if you can't get tickets for her Valentine's Day show, just get tickets for there when I'm there at the end of March and beginning of April.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Except those are two separate people, Bill.
Yeah, but it's better.
Are you saying that you and Mary are interchangeable as performers?
Sure, why
Hey,
not?
if you can't get tickets from Mary, you're two singular performers.
Same jokes. Identical delivery.
I had to kill my dad just so my jokes make sense.
I know, right? And I'm Mormon for a little while and I'm not anymore. So,
Temporary Mormon. They're on incarceration.
but so I gave Brian his Valentine's Day gifts yesterday, and we were obviously off air, so I did the running around, and I had a little setup for him when he got home, and he was like, we said no gifts, blah, blah, blah. But this is the shirt that I gave him was a shirt that I found the week after Christmas. And it's so perfect because we all know my boyfriend Brian is a basic bitch through and through. He is in love with Joanna Gaines. Our entire house is farmhouse chic. Everything's gray.
Hence
and
the chocolate-covered
sage.
strawberries
Well, yeah.
for him.
Yeah, he
Right.
loved them. He ate like 7 of them yesterday. But I got him a shirt. It's posted on my Instagram story. It says "Live, Laugh, Love," but it's in like metal band font.
The Viney Root font.
Dude,
Yeah.
Dude, from the day that I found it, I'm like, this is the best gift I think I've ever.
You're never
going
to top that for him.
And it was like $20 on Etsy.
Because
so
when
it's
do
not
those
like,
worlds collide? Never.
That's what I mean. I was like, this is perfect because he's a metalhead, but he's also like super into HGTV.
For everyone else, it's meant to be ironic.
No.
Not for Brian. It's
Like-
literally combiting his two great loves.
He opened it and he looked at me and he didn't want to smile because he's like, I hate you so much. I was like, it's so perfect. And he's like, he goes, you know what? This might be the most accurate shirt that I own. So I felt like I did a very good job with
You've
Valentine's Day.
encapsulated him fully in a cotton poly blend.
Yes, he got a
All right.
Live, Laugh, Love metal shirt and some chocolate covered strawberries, and he was pretty happy. So I felt like I knocked it out of the park and then brought in the grapes to share today.
Yeah, no, that's very kind of you. I'm just unfamiliar with those. Even chocolate-covered strawberries, I'm entirely indifferent to because it's really heavy on the chocolate. You get on the inside, and they clearly find the tiniest strawberries they can, and there's a little bit of strawberry in there. But, in order to take even a decent-sized strawberry and then cover it in chocolate, I believe in the industry they call it enrobing, you end up with a softball-sized thing. You have to eat it like an apple, and whatever. But he enjoyed them, right? He
loved
had
them.
a whole
I had like one or two. I mean, they come. It says it's 12.5 ounces or something like that, but I think the box holds 10 or 12 of them.
Yeah.
And we had a bonus one in there, so I ate like one or two, and I think there's only like 2 left because he was snacking on them throughout the night. So.
Alan, I love chocolate-covered grapes. I'm so glad Mary likes them.
Yeah.
This is a person who's glad for you.
They're good.
They're all right. It's a little weird.
It's different.
It's different
because it's not a flavor combination you get all the time.
Right.
Grape and chocolate.
But it's sweet enough that it works. I mean,
Yeah.
Are they
it was
green grapes or red grapes?
These ones are red grapes. I'm sure you could make your own green grapes if you prefer.
I think that'd be even weirder with that tartness of the green.
Probably.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I like all chocolate covered fruit, like chocolate covered orange peels. I don't know if you guys have ever had those.
Yeah.
Oh, those are real good.
What about chocolate-covered crickets?
I don't eat bugs.
She said I like anything chocolate
Hey,
covered.
you're gonna have to start, little Miss Anemic.
Oh, dude, I got blood work done yesterday, and
I don't know if there's actually iron in crickets, but you
No.
know, you need some iron.
I'm iron deficient, which I have low hemoglobin, low hematocrit, and low high platelets, which all point to anemia, which would make sense why I'm so cold and tired all the time.
Well, again, you should be eating insects if you're...
You're not supposed to eat insects if you're allergic to shellfish.
Oh, the exoskeleton.
Those have like an overlap of proteins.
Boy, you get screwed at every turn. Crickets have a ton of iron in them, and you could be eating... Wow. But because of the exoskeleton...
Oh, man, now you can't
thing-
eat crickets.
I know. What a bummer, right?
But cricket powder? What about cricket powder?
No, I mean, I couldn't eat shrimp powder, so I would have
Even that one time, there was that wine that had a little bit of seafood in it,
Yeah.
remember? And you broke out.
Yeah, you were.
That-
Were you at
Seafood
my
Yeah, I
house?
was at your house.
It was
Clam wine?
No, it was. Oh God, what was it? Chittison? Was that the name of it? Chitos? Something like that.
Yeah.
That was in this one specific Chardonnay. That is apparently like a shellfish protein or something like that. And I had never had this wine before.
Yeah, it was like a free bottle of wine, and we were just hanging out, and like
my chest
20
got
minutes into it, she starts turning red.
Everywhere.
And I was like, oh,
hives.
what's
I had
going on?
hives all over my chest, all over my neck. They were coming up onto my face. I was like, I think I'm allergic to this wine. Like I've never had it. It was just a Chardonnay, but it had I think it was called Chittison.
Let me ask you this. Because I've had Raisinets, have I then had chocolate-covered grapes?
In a way.
Kind of.
I mean, as I understand it, raisins are merely dehydrated grapes.
You just learned that a few years ago.
Yeah, my wife got me hip to that. So I guess I have had chocolate-covered grapes. Delicious.
There you
I
go.
prefer Raisinets.
Raisinets honestly are better than chocolate covered grapes. I'll give you that. Big fan of Raisinets.
Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000, a chance to go fund yourself. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword BANK at WMMS.com. That's BANK. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Mike from Parma said, it sounds like Mary just needs to start eating chocolate-covered ball bearings.
Yeah.
It's all ball bearings these days, boys.
I get it because I'm iron. I get it. I get what he's saying. Eat the iron. Okay.
Yeah.
But it will break my teeth.
Well, he didn't think about that.
You just swallow them.
But then you don't get to taste the chocolate. Suck the chocolate off.
Suck the chocolate off, and then right,
Swallow
right.
the ball
Suck
berry.
off that chocolate. Come on. Yeah. Anytime you want to call us on the After Hours line, it's available to you 24/7, 365. 216-986-8903.
Hey, little radio buddies. It's Rat. Oh, man. I still don't know how to text you, but I figured out how to call the after hour thing. Don't worry, I'm not going to become annoying. I prefer to call in. Alan, I need stickers ASAP. I'm going to Florida, Daytona Beach, Hillbilly, Ohio. I need stickers for the back of my truck because I'm camping my way down. I will also be at Dad's alma mater, Auburn University, at the old farm, hopefully, and a couple other places. So I'm going to email you my damn address. I'm also going to stand in front of the window with a marker board and just talk to you guys in the next couple of days. I'm going back to work at the Bridgeview. All right, love you. Bye.
I wonder if that was... All right, thank you, Rat. You ever get an email from Rat? It's just this stream of consciousness. You don't. I much prefer when he calls. Somebody walked up to the window earlier today and held up a board with a number on it or something, and I wonder if that was Rat. He's just pointing at the thing, and I'm like, I don't know what you want me to do with this, but thank you. But yeah, email me your whatever, Rat. I can always send Alan Cox Show stickers out to anybody who emails. He did mention Auburn University, of course, my late father's alma mater, War Eagle. They're also in the news because the Black Student Union at Auburn University was passing around a list of racial slurs for white people. This was on a text chat that was associated with the Black Student Union, and they are hilarious.
That's what I was going to say. If this were the other way around, very, very offensive. But
well, because
in
people
this
always
context, I'm like very excited. I'm like, yeah.
People always complain. You know, people who are just with every fiber of their being, they want to throw the N-word around ad nauseum. They go, "Well, how come it's okay to?" Because nobody knows history anymore. I don't know what. But anyway, they were making the rounds, and obviously, what is Cracker going to bother you? Cracker's not going to bother you. You got to come up with something else, right? Cracker is boring. That's no fun. That's old-timey.
The thing about Cracker was when I found out that it wasn't about the food and it was about the slave owner, or like the guy cracking the whip. Like, that's when I was like, oh, that's... I
assume it has a double meaning. Probably has a double meaning, right?
I think it's originally that. So, don't love that.
You don't like crack.
But I'm not going to be like,
cracking a whip.
Yeah.
And some of these Poundcake might enjoy employing at some point. Mm-hmm. Plantation Barbies, Vanilla Vulture, Rice Rascals, Milk Cricket.
Okay, Rice Rascals does not sound like a white slur.
Well, rice
like
is
an Asian
white.
slur. Yeah. People of colonial complexion.
That's funny.
You see, so you call yourself a POC. You go, you're not a person of color. No, I'm a person of colonial complexion.
It's POCC.
Bleach Demons. Flower Monster. Sour Cream Salamanders. Again, these aren't things that are going to work their way into the popular vernacular, but I just thought there was
stretch.
That's what I was going to say, but I mean, they said this is a goof. It wasn't meant to be a thing. Yeast Maggots.
Ew.
Yeast Yeti. Plaster People. Dandruff Flake. Chalk Child. Snow Possum. These are really, really bored students.
Yeast has to be one of my worst words. Like,
you don't like the word yeast?
My least favorite word. Like, it's up there with moist.
And then you put it with maggots. Oh, man.
Nothing with yeast sounds like, just the name itself just sounds nasty. Yeast.
Okay.
Yeast.
Blue Cheese Demon. Lice Lieutenant. See, anybody can have lice, though. Christopher Columbus stands. Oreo filling. Unedited Google document.
Okay, that's a stretch.
They're all a stretch. That's why I thought it was so funny that people were allegedly getting upset by it.
Yeah, anybody that's offended by these is ridiculous.
This isn't something that
so stupid.
You wanted to get out because, if any one of us was passing around some goofy list of names, you wouldn't want to get out. Flour bags, pasty parrots, semen skinned.
Ew.
What? Mayo Sapiens. Powder Patch Kids. Vanilla Gorilla. Spiceless Girls.
That's funny.
Spiceless Girls. Ranch Raccoons.
I like that one.
Clear Folk. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of these just aren't all that. Ku Klux Karen.
I heard that one before.
Yeah, it's, Walking Corpse. Yeast Infection. Sugar sardines. Yeah, again, it's not none of the, and they go on and on and on and on and on. Products of incest. Well, that's, I mean, that sounds a little, doesn't exactly roll off the tongue.
Your little product of incest? Like,
yeah,
you can't even
what?
say it fast.
Right, yeah, it's a few too many syllables.
Elon Musty. Ghost thugs. Uncleaned chalkboards. Boy, these are, man.
What did they do? They just had like a brainstorming session and like just spit
Name
at me.
white things.
Well, it was like a group thread,
Yeah,
and people
so-
just kept adding to it, you know, and you're going to have, when that many people are making a list this long, nobody's really trying to drill down into the hardcore comedy. They're like, the next thing that comes to their mind, they put it on the list.
Yeah, you're just throwing everything at the wall.
Yeah. Palm-colored Patricks. Yeah, whatever. So it's, you know, but this story.
Dry Walter. How about that?
The headline of the story is a bigger deal than the actual story itself, because you can just guess what all the comments are about this list. They're at Auburn University, my dad's alma mater.
If I said a black thing, no, I'm racist. This is racist. Is that what most of it is?
Yeah. But I mean, no one's shocked by that. I mean, it's just, you know, I thought it was just weird that you'd have a group chat and you were coming up with, I don't know. Again, are people must be like really bored, or they have too much time in school. I don't know anymore. There are over 250 total. Of course, if you want to dig into them yourself, you can find them online. And obviously, people trying to have a laugh. There's no Kill Whitey on there or anything like that. At least as far as I didn't see anything that rose to that level.
I'm gonna get me a shotgun and kill all the whiteys I see. I'm gonna get me a shotgun and kill all the whiteys I see. When I kill all the whiteys I see, and Whitey won't bother me. Gonna get me a shotgun and kill all the whiteys I see.
You know, it's going to be a great, with the anemia thing from Aaron, it's going to be a great time for you and Brian to align yourselves culinarily. It's going to be a great, great time for you, because you're going to be up in the kale and the spinach. You're going to be eating that at every meal, and the broccoli and all your cruciferous veg.
So they, you know, I have the Cleveland Clinic has like the app that has all of your information in it.
My Chart.
Yeah, My Chart. I mean, a lot of different hospitals have a version of that. And I looked back, and it's declined every year for the last 3 years. These numbers have gone down 3 years in a row. But there was a significant drop-off between last year and this year. And I seriously think it's from moving in with Brian, because I stopped buying and cooking meat, like I'd say by at least 50 to 60%, because I got tired of making 2 different dinners. So a lot of the time I'm just not eating meat, or if I am, it'll be something real easy that I can kind of throw into a vegetarian mix already.
Yeah, but the point is you don't have to rely on meat for that stuff.
But I think that's one of the bigger differences is what I'm saying, is that I was, when I was living alone. Yeah. So. When I was living alone, I would probably eat steak or ground beef or something, I'd say at least once a week. And now I don't buy that. I haven't had a steak since I've moved in with him. Like, I haven't cooked one at home.
You work so hard to get good at cooking steaks.
My sister said that. She's like, it's a travesty that you're so good at cooking steak and you don't even make it.
Your talents are being wasted.
I know. But I think that's what it is. Or at least a part of it. Maybe I'm old. I don't know. Whatever.
No, we all are.
It could be 2 things.
Both things.
2 things can be true at the same time. I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192 to get me there, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live if you like, and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
People are going funding crazy around here.
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, this is insane. My heart is pounding.
It's real funding easy to go fund yourself.
I just won $1,000.
Gotta be in it to win it.
Up to 13 funding chances a day every weekday to win $1,000 funding dollars.
So excited.
Are you funding kidding me?
Aw, man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
Get them funding keywords at 30 past the hour.
Really? For real?
Quit funding around and go fund yourself.
Sweet.
With 100.7
WMMS.
Brought to you by the Brew Kettle.
The Brew Kettle is celebrating 28 years of taming the Savage Hop. From Cleveland's flagship West Coast IPA, White Raja, to our newest addition, Balloon City, a North Coast style hazy IPA. The Brew Kettle brews great IPAs by Clevelanders for Cleveland.
This is Clay Travis. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Ohio Laborers and Ohio Lusset.
The Guardians are just a day away from opening spring training. Cleveland's pitchers and catchers arrive in Goodyear tomorrow.
for more great deals at bignissan.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Here's Chris Stapleton. This is a song that sounds like a cover, but he wrote it. It's called Midnight Train to Memphis. A lot of people got hip to Chris Stapleton when he did this on SNL about 5 years ago. And he did the national anthem, the Super Bowl.
Best national anthem
Knocked
there's
it
ever
out.
been.
Did the Star
Being
Spangled
sarcastic?
Banner.
No, it's not the. He's trying me today.
I thought it was incredible. I
It
thought
was really good.
I thought it was great.
It was.
It had a lot of soul, a lot of heart.
Who's
Some
this
people
better?
can just sing, like Whitney's. She sung her ass off, but you could feel it with Chris Stapleton.
Yeah, but they're all they're all pre-recorded, so I wonder how you can judge that. Like they're all Rihanna, whoever does national anthem, it's all pre-recorded. So,
but it's still recorded it in a way that sounded great.
Yes, correct.
So,
yeah,
better than Whitney.
No, it wasn't better than Whitney.
Way better.
It wasn't better than Whitney.
She's down to number 5.
down to number 5 now. No, he did a great job. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is getting roasted over a tweet where she said Chris Stapleton was just phenomenal. Just did an unbelievable, the most beautiful national anthem at the Super Bowl. But she hated all the rest of the wokeness, not realizing, I guess, that Chris Stapleton has been a very vocal supporter of Black Lives Matter. And so I guess in her mind, the all-female military flyover was woke and everything else, but whatever. But he's dynamite. He was great. I don't know that there's much. I know it's Tuesday. We were out yesterday, and I'm sure the Super Bowl has been talked to death. I don't know what else there really is to talk about. Terry the Goat nailed it again.
I went with Terry's pick, too.
Yeah, I did, too.
Paid off.
Terry the Goat went with Kansas City Chiefs, which obviously first half of that game did not look like that was the way it was going to go. Looked like all those greased poles in Philly were going to get used. I'm sure they did anyway. Yeah. Whether or not they were used for their normal and intended purpose, I don't know. But all those Philadelphia Eagles T-shirts will now go overseas, as is the custom. All of the losing teams' merch gets sent to countries around the world. And they say there's an organization that handles most of this. It's a nonprofit based outside of D.C. called Good 360. And they work with the NFL, and they're the ones that take all of the merch that's meant for the losing team in the Super Bowl, right? You got to have it all made up because you don't know who's going to win. And I often wonder how much money the losing team loses by doing that.
Well, how many are they only printing it for the team, or are they printing it for like sale
To buy.
So
Sale, yes.
So
people
millions of
people
shirts.
Yeah. People
Okay.
yeah.
Whatever, hundreds of thousands of T-shirts.
Right.
Okay.
So
I didn't know.
So
I didn't
everyone
know.
in Philly who wants to wear Super Bowl 34, whatever the hell it is, 57,
They're ready.
can have one. Yeah.
Okay.
So, because they make them for AFC and NFC championship games. And so at every stage of playoff sports, there is a losing team whose merch goes overseas. And this Good 360 has been doing it for about a decade now. And the thing that jumped out at me that I thought was kind of interesting was they say, we send it where the need seems the most. So in very, very hot countries where there might not be a lot of shade, there's going to be people wearing Eagles Super Bowl caps, or they could be wearing the shirts. So it's a whole line of merch because they want to make sure that they are merched the F out for whoever wins the Super Bowl. So they make hats and sweatshirts and towels and every possible thing. But the clothing items go overseas. They go to places like Africa and Asia and Eastern Europe and the Middle East. The thing that jumped out at me was that kind of made me laugh was the NFL asks this company to make sure that the products aren't sent near where the merchandise was manufactured.
Because then a kid gets it and they're like, hey,
which means A, it ain't being made here. It ain't made in the USA. Rah, NFL USA. It ain't made here. And secondly, you don't want to end up wearing the shirt that you made because they're like, these people that get these shirts, they don't even, the Super Bowl, this global live stream event, they're like, they don't know what it is. They're not paying attention. In sub-Saharan Africa, they ain't paying attention to the Super Bowl.
And they're making a lot of shirts, so they're busy.
Making a lot of shirts.
Items in general.
Yeah.
They don't know who won, who lost. They don't know what the hell the Philadelphia Eagles are. So they're like, as soon as that game is over, we move on getting those shirts to, the nonprofits around the world that do it. And so it takes them about a week to gather up all the merch, and then they ship it out about 2 weeks later. So I'd say that's a pretty quick turnaround on these. And obviously people here try to get them, because it would be funny to wear.
Yeah.
You know how 9 Inch Nails had to cancel their tour because of COVID, and so they were selling all the merch?
Yeah.
Like I have a 9 Inch Nails tour shirt for a tour that never happened. And they sold those out real fast because it's something that didn't happen. But again, the thing that just jumped out at me was we try not to send them to the countries where they made them. Which is like this little line that was buried in the article, but I was like, ooh, ouch.
And for football, it's easier because...
How woke is that, NFL?
Because in the NFL is really just an American sport. But when you're talking about like basketball and baseball, those are much more popular internationally. So you have to be a little more strategic about where you send those shirts because they're paying attention to that. You can't send those shirts to the Philippines. Like you can't, who won last year? The Warriors, they beat the Celtics. You can't send those Celtics shirts to the Philippines because they'd be like, hey, we watched this game.
But you don't think that they would care?
I mean, they would.
They need the clothes. They don't really care what's on it.
It's pretty warm there. They don't really need T-shirts. They're more tank top oriented. So, but yeah, I think it would still be weird if you're aware of what happened and you're like, it's a weird thing to get.
Sure.
Has Nick Sirianni crying supplanted the Michael Jordan crying meme?
No.
Okay.
The other one's
It's
Michael
good.
Jordan's classic.
Yeah.
Well, everything is classic if it's been around long enough. I mean, and I got to tell you, I remember Andy Reid coaching the Eagles, and I'm familiar with him coaching the Kansas City Chiefs. With a gun to my head, I could not have told you who the coach of the friggin' Eagles was. And so they cut to Sirianni, who's only in his second year with the team. They cut to him crying during the national. I go, who is this pud with tears streaming down his face during the national anthem? It was the coach of the Eagles. Mm-hmm. And of course, he's been memed to death now. Because conservatives, when a woman is allowed to fly a plane, that kind of, Marjorie Taylor Greene complaining about the woke, whatever.
What were the other woke things?
Listen, woke is code for anything that's not white,
progressive,
not straight. Yes, that's right. Anything that's not, if they have the LGBTQ marching band, that's woke.
Listen, every marching band is LGBTQ.
Let's hear it for them.
Let's be honest about
Let's
that.
hear it for them.
Is that true?
You tell me.
I don't know.
It was a gay joke, Cody.
Hey.
I'll mayor-splain every joke today if you need me to. I mayor-splained chocolate-covered grapes.
Well, I needed that explained. I had never heard of chocolate-covered grapes.
I'll mayor-splain gay.
Were there any good commercials? I mean, I watched it, but nothing stuck with me.
The one that my wife liked, and I wasn't sure, I was surprised she liked it because usually we're like thumbs up, thumbs down in the same ones. For some reason, she really liked the Jason Jones premature electrocution one for the EVs. You know who Jason Jones is. He used to be on The Daily Show back. He's married to Sam B. He had his own show for a while on TBS that I don't know what happened to, but it was very funny. But a premature electrification. It was for Dodge Ram trucks. And it was another one of these things where it's like making fun of guys. And the wives are going, they're obviously it's double entendre. They're talking about electric vehicles, but she's like, well, his charge doesn't last long enough and blah, blah, blah. And,
Before, and sometimes it goes away.
A lot of times.
I've been working a lot.
Being unsure if you'll have enough power to handle your payload.
I don't know if I got the power for this, baby.
I'm adventurous. I like to go all the way. I don't want to have to question if we're even going to make it.
Yeah.
It's a concern.
Lacking the confidence about getting and being able to keep a charge.
Having to stop every time we got really excited, that wouldn't work for me. Stop. Start. Stop. Start.
Right. So every guy is portrayed as a limp, document putz in this commercial. I don't know. I didn't see a lot of. What I did notice about the commercials was that every commercial was for something else, like GM cars, but they're in all the Netflix movies now. Or there's a Michelob ad, but it's for a Netflix show that's coming up.
Integration.
Yes, a lot of cross contamination. There was a Blue Moon commercial that was a Coors guy fighting with a Miller Lite guy.
Yeah.
And so I have to assume
Actually, it's Coors.
Well, I have to assume one company owns all of them now. But
Probably.
yeah.
I liked
I thought Bradley Cooper and his mom,
That was
the
funny.
T-Mobile one was
Oh, yeah,
funny.
okay. I remember
mean,
that one. That was okay.
That was okay. But
the Ben Affleck Dunkin' Donuts one I thought was funny, where he was working in a Dunkin' Donuts drive-thru and people would pull up and he's like, do I look familiar to you
Yes.
at all? And the one guy was like, no, man. Like he was like annoyed. He just wanted his donut.
yeah, I mean, T-Mobile must have really kicked out cash because they had the Grease one with John Travolta.
Yeah, he looks so weird bald.
He looks great bald.
I
He should have
think he
done
looks
that.
so
He should have
creepy.
done that 10 years ago.
I think he looks like a legitimate supervillain. I don't think he looks as half as attractive without hair. I also am not into bald guys.
yeah, but he's had fake hair for 15 years.
Yeah.
But it worked.
Probably longer.
Well,
it didn't keep working.
Not always.
Because he did a music video with his daughter probably 10 years ago because she was in some Disney movie or Nickelodeon show or something like that. And they're in this music video together. And he's got, what did you call that spray painted on hair, Poundcake?
Beijing.
Yeah, he's got something like that going on. And it looks so
Looks
bad.
bad,
So
yeah,
it's one of those things where,
He just had to get rid of
and
it.
even with the if he's bald, that's fine. His skin looks insane. Like he looks
Is that
so
what it is?
young.
He looks weird.
But he did a
looks weird.
he did a movie. He did a movie about 10 years ago called From Paris with Love. I don't know if anybody saw it.
I remember
But
that.
he's a guy who's like this hitman or something, and he had the goatee and the bald head, and I was like, that looks awesome, and he should do that all the time. But it still took him a few more years after that, I think, to cop to being.
The last time I seen him in something big was The People versus O.J. Simpson, and his hair looked fine in that.
Right, but everybody
series.
had a wig in that. Right, he was
Ben Shapiro or
Robert. No, who was he?
Yeah, Bob Shapiro. Bob Shapiro.
No, that's not right.
Yeah, it was because it was Robert Shapiro.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you're right. Yeah, Schwimmer was Kardashian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I watched that so many times. I know all the lawyers. And I don't even know what they look like in real life.
Right.
I just know who depicts them.
Yes, that's right. But that was kind of a wig sketch too. But yeah.
The other one that I really liked, probably the one that I thought was the funniest and was my favorite, was the one with all the rock stars and how they were complaining when people in a work environment
Workday.
would call each other
Yeah.
rock stars. I thought that was really funny. Like
Which
Paul
is-
Stanley coming out like,
Yeah.
don't even say, or Ozzy. He's like, I'm Oswald. Like, I thought that one was pretty
Gary
funny.
Clark Jr. was in it. Yeah.
Joan Jett, I think.
Workday is what we use, and I still don't
Yeah.
know what it does, but we use it.
It's just for like
for
entering
stuff.
your time. I mean, well, you don't have to enter your time because you're salaried.
Right.
So it's things like time tracking and like.
Well, I
all
use
of
it for
your-
other things. I just don't quite know like what the company does or what they call it, or I don't know.
That's literally what it is.
It's just like HR management type
Is that what
stuff
it is?
kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
I
the
thought that was
the Jesus spots are pretty lame.
That was weird.
Payroll. The Jesus spots are always lame. Because they're like, yeah, we all just want to get along. And then you take 1 second to look into who's behind the Jesus ads. And it's people that are like, oh, we want to take away women's rights and gay rights and all this stuff.
Which
It's
I don't
like, yeah,
understand.
Okay.
I, well,
Stop
like,
trying to make Jesus
yeah,
hip.
I don't get it. Yeah, they spent like $100 million from some far-right group trying to get everybody hip to Jesus again. And
Which is exactly how Jesus would want that money to be spent. He wouldn't want you to use it to make sure these people didn't have to wear Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl gear. He's like, hey, put me on TV.
Ad time for the Super Bowl cost $23,000 a second. And
oh my God.
Seems a little low, honestly.
What?
I also didn't I didn't think it's about 7% up from last year. I didn't granted when we went from downstairs upstairs and put the game back on, I guess I didn't realize maybe how much of Rihanna we had missed. But
it's never a long performance, only like 15 minutes. So
Hers felt less than that. I thought it was like 7 or
well, I think
felt
13 is what they do, and I wasn't quite sure what to make of it because all I said was she looks pregnant.
Yeah.
And I guess they determined that she was.
Right.
But they didn't have any special guests, right?
Her baby was her special guest. That was like, because she was teasing having a special guest, and everyone's like, oh, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? And then she revealed she was pregnant.
Well, Keke Palmer on SNL did it better than she did. But I don't understand, because again, I saw people complaining she lip synced because she would move her head back from the mic and still sing it. They all lip sync. Everything's, it's NFL policy. It's all pre-recorded. They're not going to leave anything to chance for the Super Bowl, all right? So Whitney's national anthem, Coldplay's, they're all pre-recorded. They can sing as much or as little as they want. It's the NFL. It's the biggest night of the year or whatever. They're not going to leave that to somebody getting a frog in their throat. So it's all pre-recorded. So I don't care about that.
I mean, she was pregnant, but I felt like it was boring. I was
so
underwhelmed.
Too. And I guess my only takeaway was, what was the upside to her doing it? Because
name recognition. This was the first time.
Everybody knows who she is.
But it wasn't. It's all about getting eyeballs, and this was the first time Rihanna has performed in like 7 years.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been a while.
Right, but I guess okay. But
they wanted
again,
to come out with the bang because this is the first time that Apple has sponsored.
But it wasn't exactly a bang. I mean, she was there, but she's pregnant, so she's not going to be doing high kicks. You don't get paid. You famously don't get paid for the Super Bowl halftime show. And nothing is really, they asked her to do this years ago in the heat of the Colin Kaepernick stuff. And she said, no way, I don't want to be aligned with an organization that blah, blah, blah. Nothing's really changed since those days. So I'm not sure.
What are you talking about? Didn't you see the end zone? At the end zone, it says end racism.
Duh.
I don't know.
It's on its way out.
So what in her brain, unless it was a purely strategic decision, which I have to assume it was, nothing really changed for her to go, okay, now I'll do it. You fixed everything, NFL. So other than just to, I don't know.
Her money has changed.
She's been off the scene for a while, too. Like, you got to think, in the last 7 years, TikTok has not only been created, but blown up. So if she can get some of her songs trending on dances and things like that from people who've literally never heard of her
Well, her
before,
streaming is up 700%.
Exactly.
Right, yeah, that's why you
there
do
you go.
it.
But, yeah, I guess. I mean, anyway. Yeah, so it was okay. I mean, again, this was not going to be a real barn burner of a game because those are two great teams. I'll tell you what else I learned. I had no clue that Ndamukong Suh was on the Eagles. I thought that guy was out of the league. He was playing for the Lions when I was still on in Detroit. I had no clue this guy was still in the league.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, look at that.
He's kind of like a
I had him on
guy
once.
now.
I had him on my show one time, and, you know, he was an affable chap. But I thought this guy was like a couple of years out of the league. But other than that, it's like, it was okay. It was fine. I really expected more something from that halftime show. When it was over, Gwen and I were like, is that it?
I felt exactly the same way.
And they were like, yeah. Because they were making Apple making a big deal about it.
Yeah,
and
the
Rihanna
thing
making a
is,
big deal about it.
Rihanna is a pop star that performs like a rapper. Like, she has never been Beyonce. She didn't brand herself as being like Beyonce. So it's not even Rihanna's fault. I don't blame Rihanna.
No, I'm not either. I just thought that it was, I figure under the circumstances of her being pregnant, they would have had some other people come out and give it a little more zhuzh instead of her being surrounded by the Squid Game cast.
I think that's all up to her, though.
Is it?
Yeah. She like plans on what's going to be going on.
And I don't know, I don't know for sure that she knew she was going to be pregnant by the time halftime rolled around. Like, she got offered this, back in October or whatever?
It can't be that late. She probably knew about it before
She
then.
could have been trying, but how did she know she was going to be pregnant?
It's February. So if it was October, she is more than 4 months pregnant. You don't start showing until you're like 5 months.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I just feel like her fans have been waiting to get new music from her. She sells them any chance she gets her new makeup line. Her fans wanted to see her in some aspect of performing. They already know about
That's
her
what I'm
makeup
saying.
line.
So it's a purely strategic decision, which is completely fine from a business standpoint, but it kind of puts a fork in your hole. I don't want to represent the organization if you're not taking care of business.
Because I was watching from a party, and it was the majority of people there were black, and I was kind of like reading the room because I knew what I thought, but I wasn't about to have the Navy shoot their cannons at me, so I just wanted to make sure all the other black people were in agreement, and everyone was just like, meh. I was like, okay. I can.
The Navy shoot their cannons at you?
I was making sure they didn't because I didn't.
Is that the Rihanna Navy? Is that what the fan base is
Yeah,
called?
Rihanna Navy.
It is?
Yeah, it's called the Rihanna Navy.
I didn't know that.
That's weak.
Yeah, because
the Rihanna Navy, because she's from a Caribbean island. What?
Yeah.
I mean, Beyonce's got the Bayhive or Beehive or whatever. T Swift got the Swifties. The Rihanna Navy.
Rihanna Navy. That's what she calls them.
I just know my girlfriend. We were in a hotel watching.
Not the
it,
Fenty Fanatics.
And she was dancing around, having fun, enjoying.
Who
it.
was?
It was
My
enjoyable,
girlfriend,
but
she just likes that music a lot too. So she was just kind of dancing around with my dog.
See,
and,
for me,
there was nothing bad about it. It was just there.
I think everybody was waiting for like a big moment.
Yeah.
and there
There
really
wasn't
a
a
big
big moment.
Yeah.
for me, it was last year's Super Bowl halftime with Dre and Eminem and Snoop.
That one was
and
awesome,
for me, that's the best one of all time. That's like right up
Of
my
all
alley.
time.
Right up my alley. Right up my.
Better than Prince.
I've never seen the Prince halftime show.
Huh.
So of the ones that I've seen for music that's directed at my age group, yes, that is like catering to 30 to 40-year-old. You know what I mean? Like that was songs that I was singing and growing up on and all that kind of stuff.
Purple Rain in the Rain, though.
I mean, Prince was only 7 years ago, I think, wasn't it? Or longer than that?
Well,
he's probably been dead longer than that.
No, he died, I think, 6 years ago now.
Oh, okay.
So I think the Super Bowl that he did was
He did it the day before he
2013.
died.
I think
So 10
2012
years
or
ago.
13, yeah.
No, it was earlier than that.
Oh, 07.
He was like after
07, wow,
January.
was it
See, I
that
was
far?
only 17 then. I probably only knew Purple Rain, and I wasn't watching football at that time in my life.
You weren't watching football at 17?
No.
The pride of Berea, Ohio. Cleveland Browns Central. You weren't watching football at 17
I
years
did
old.
not start to like professional football until I was in college.
Well, anyway, I'm sure it's been talked to death, but there it is. I'm going to take a break. On the return here, you want to go see Ministry? They're doing a handful of festival dates this summer, but they're also doing a handful of headlining dates. One of them is going to be at the Agora. Anytime Ministry comes through, boy, it is not a bad time. With Gary Newman and Frontline Assembly. It's going to be May 5 at the Agora. It's Friday night. So if you want to get to that show, I'll hook you up on the way back. And then another $1,000 for you to win. Last week to do it. But that next keyword to go fund yourself coming up here at 3:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
He's Rover.
Oh my God.
What's Dieter doing? Rock.
You got mud on your face, you big disgrace. This is my last resort.
And Alan Cox.
I'll see if I can maybe, I don't know what I'll do.
FM home of the Cavaliers.
Straight down the lane, pow!
100.7
WMMS.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly to mostly cloudy skies for your Valentine's Day Tuesday.
Admissible, Shreds of Evidence on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the Mazda of Kent studios.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent. MazdaofKent.com.
All right, in between festival dates this year, Ministry is doing a handful of headlining spots to break up the monotony, one of which will be here in Cleveland. Ministry with special guest Gary Newman and Frontline Assembly. We're going to party like it's 1988. It's going to be Friday, May 5th at the Agora, agoracleveland.com. You want all the details on the tickets. I will give you a pair here for being caller number 10. Good luck. I will see you there. Two from Ministry, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Roses are black, violets are black, hearts are black, loneliness, pain, screams.
Yeah, folks, it's Valentine's Day.
X's and O's from the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
This was when Ministry had done the full-on move to industrial prior to this album. Land of Rape and Honey. Prior to this, Ministry had been like Depeche Mode, right? Very kind of synth poppy. Every Day is Halloween, that kind of, everybody knows that song, right? From Ministry, and then they went full-on Wax Trax industrial. Does this make anybody horny, by the way? I'm triggered back here.
Is it supposed to?
Well, I had a girlfriend in college who was way into Ministry and wanted this on, this song Stigmata. She wanted this on when we were having sex. And so it kind of, for some years after, I would have kind of a Pavlovian response to this song. It would make it move anytime this was on. You know, if you were at an industrial night or something, I had to excuse myself and hit the little boys' room. But I assume that maybe Ministry will be doing the full spectrum of their music prior to this. I don't know. We'll see. But love Ministry. So I'll have those tickets for you all this week around this time to see that show. Along with Gary Newman, the Cars guy from London, and Frontline Assembly, who came out of the band Skinny Puppy, who are also doing dates. They're doing a 40th anniversary thing. Frontline Assembly from Canada. But that is, boy, those bands right there, that is a full-on snapshot of kind of late 80s, mid-late 80s, industrial, dark wave kind of vibe. So if you're into that, I'll have those for you this week. I will also have for you about a half an hour from now, they've announced an evening with Charlie Sheen that will include a screening of Major League. It's been over a decade since Charlie Sheen has been here. In his Tiger Blood winning days, he came through. He did the Violent Torpedo of Truth tour. Anybody remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Erica went. I went. It was a mess.
Was that after the winning thing?
Yeah.
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 Didn't Erica sing the national anthem there?
Don't remember that. They had initially asked me to host because I had hosted Walking Dead Live at Playhouse Square.
But the Walking Dead Live thing was later because I was on the show at that point.
That was after Charlie Sheen?
That was after Charlie Sheen.
Okay. That was on Valentine's Day, as I recall. But anyway, so they had come to me and said, hey, do you want to moderate the Charlie Sheen Violent? And I said, absolutely. But they had done a couple of cities prior, and it had been such a shrimp show that they go, one of his buddies is going out with him, and he's going to sit there and ask him questions. I said, that's probably for the best. And I think this guy was like his producer / manager / handler / sponsor, whatever it was. But Charlie comes out, and of course everybody's going crazy because this is in the heat of that whole thing. Find the video on YouTube. If you go far enough back in my socials, you'll see a bunch of video there. He just looked like he was going to fall over. But anyway, he's got to be in better shape now. It's live stories, conversations, and an audience Q&A with Charlie Sheen in a screening of Major League, which is Friday, April 28th out at MGM Northfield Park. The MMS pre-sale will be this Thursday. Use the code JOBU for early access, I guess. But I will have those for you all week, right around $350, if you want to go to that. And then Clutch and Incarceration and Disturbed. A lot of good shows coming through. And I regret that I couldn't ask Poundcake who I was playing there. He was getting a winner. But Cavaliers, by the way, I think have won 7 straight. The Cavs are on a tear, boy. Your Cleveland Cavaliers, your National Basketball Association team. Beat the Spurs, beat the Bulls, beat New Orleans, beat Detroit. Saturday night is going to be Donovan Mitchell bobblehead night. If you're going to the game on Saturday.
This Saturday?
That
can't be this Saturday because the All-Star Weekend starts this
Saturday, March 4th. Sorry. Saturday, March 4th. Against the Pistons of Detroit. Yeah. Saturday, March 4th will be Donovan Mitchell bobblehead night.
There you go.
So if you're going to that game, of course, I was supposed to go to the Bulls game this past Saturday, but I had the daddy-daughter dance.
I was there for the beginning of it, hanging out at the Caesars Sportsbook.
Oh, how'd that go, by the way?
At the daddy-daughter dance? You were hanging out?
They have a Caesars Sportsbook there.
Yep, they do.
And this is really taking over Ohio.
It was also a bad, they couldn't read the room because they're like, you got to be 18 to gamble. And boy, I'll tell you what, other than the dads, the daughters were all left to one side of the room while the dads were over on the other side gambling. Of course, as I only use FanDuel, I was out there dancing with my daughter. How did that go, though, by the way?
It was good. A bunch of customers were out there trying to win tickets to get on the floor for the game.
Yep.
Signing up to gamble, having a good time. But that's a really cool sports book over there. I've never been to like a real sports book before. And, you know, you can go and place a bet at the window, which is cool. You can use the app. They have kiosks all over the place. They got food and drinks. You can go there and whenever there's like a sporting event. So if there's a fight, or, you know, the Super Bowl last night, you could go and watch the game there because it's a good place for that, if that's what you're into.
I forget that it is not a hobby of most people to frequent casinos in other states. No. I forget that. So, like, when people are like you said, I've never been to a sports book before.
I've, like, walked by them in casinos, but I've never sat down at one.
That sounds completely foreign to you that somebody else hasn't done that.
Right, that you didn't know that that's what it was. Right. Because, I mean, any state where... I won't say all states, whatever, but states where sports gambling is legal, there's usually a big section of the casino that's just sportsbook that has, you know, exactly everything that you described. So it was like, oh, that's strange to me that you've never done that, but I'm glad it was a good experience.
Yeah, it was fun. It was that, and then I took off from there, went out to Jamestown, and did a little birthday weekend getaway with my girlfriend and a couple of my friends. Met me out at the National Comedy Center, and we went through it all together. Nice. It was a blast. They have a new Johnny Carson exhibit. That is fantastic.
Yeah.
Loved it. So much fun there.
Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000 for you to go fund yourself. It's your last week to do it, so each and every one of these counts. Listen closely, and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword check at WMMS.com. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
So that makes sense now. If you were in Jamestown, that's how you saw the Lindy Korn commercial.
Yes, and I'm trying to find it. Oh, man. Seeing a Lindy Korn commercial on TV in real life is exhilarating.
We've talked about Lindy Korn before. She's the one. I'll play this little clip here for you.
Her boss hugged her and squeezed her breasts, which felt sexual in nature, not like a greeting.
Right. Lindy Korn is a longtime, like, sexual discrimination lawyer up there in Buffalo, New York. She's very well known to our bureau chiefs up there. And Bill mentioned over the weekend that he had seen a Lindy Korn commercial. I was like, how the hell did you see that? But you were upstate New York. So.
I was in upstate New York, and right now, I can't find this commercial anywhere online. Me and my girlfriend were watching TV, hoping it would come on again just so I could try and film it on my phone. But it was so out of nowhere.
Was it along the same lines as this one?
Yes.
Yeah.
if not better. It was her with white hair with blue like highlights all over it. So she's really leaning into that look, which I love.
Yeah.
And then she's telling the story. She's like, a man was at his holiday party and danced with another man. And when he came back to work, all his coworkers were calling him a fruitcake. I was like, I need to get this filmed. I can't believe it's not on the internet yet.
She's just out there doing her thing.
Right.
Called him a fruitcake.
Yeah, it was just in that moment.
Yeah.
And seeing it on TV, I was like, this is special.
You're seeing her in the wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her boss hugged her and squeezed her breasts, which felt sexual in nature, not like a greeting.
As opposed to those breast squeezing greetings that you ladies are so used to.
Someone tried to point out and say that the breast squeezing was from the hug.
Right.
And then squeezing the breast into himself. But still.
Not a hand
Yeah.
squeezing, sure.
But
Hugged
her. But the way she says
hugged her
is the star of that one.
Uh-huh.
So if anybody is in upstate New York and sees those Lindy Corn commercials regularly, please film all of them that you can, because they're not all online, and send them to us.
Right.
I would love to see that. And then after we went to the Comedy Center, it was me, 3 other comedians, my girlfriend, and then another pair of friends. So there's 7 of us total, and we went to a hibachi, which I know it's corny, but I love a hibachi on a birthday.
Oh, I do too.
It's
Yeah,
the
why
best.
not?
And everybody participated. It's the first
They all
time.
did the-
they all
the
did all
shrimp
the
toss
stuff they
or
did.
whatever?
They don't use shrimp for the toss anymore.
They use like
The
zucchini
vegetables.
or whatever. Yeah.
But everybody did that.
They did
Everybody
the
did the
shots of the
sake.
little boy peeing out of the bottle and all that.
And my one friend, as she's doing it, she's like looking up, and I was like, "Hey, you're kind of telling on yourself there the way you're looking." Because as the sake's getting sprayed to her mouth, she's like looking up, like she's signing a document.
Yeah.
And
She pull her hair back first?
Right. It was already pulled back, so she was ready. And I go, yeah, look up at it. and then she like starts to gag, and she's like, oh, I kind of told myself there.
When we went to hibachi not long ago, it had been a while since I had gone, so I forgot that you were supposed to give them the kill sign when you're done with the sake. And my mouth is filling up. I'm waiting for the guy to just
Choking.
stop.
Yeah.
And I'm swallowing.
No, because like they'll just
Gwen's
go and go.
All right,
and,
yeah.
What I didn't realize, Bill took me to my first hibachi meal. We just didn't do hibachi. Like, we've had stuff made on the grill, but we've never had stuff like shot into our mouth. So I didn't know. So I didn't know the proper etiquette. So I just had my mouth wide open, and it was like landing on my tongue and splashing back. But it was like, let it go down your throat. I'm like, I'm not just letting somebody just squirt down my throat like that.
That was the first time for everything.
It was an uncomfortable feeling.
Uh-huh.
So
but you gotta like, you don't like stick your tongue out and like have it.
Because I didn't know how to cup my mouth properly. I'm like, like I had my tongue stick out. He's like, don't stick your tongue out, stupid. Like he's just.
Yeah, why would you stick your tongue out if they're trying to fill your
because
mouth with
I thought I was
fluid?
trying to taste it.
Sake doesn't taste good. It's just trying to get free shots, basically.
I didn't know that. I didn't know. I didn't know.
Well, now you know.
Man, embarrassed me in front of.
I didn't know that.
People.
That was the time we like after work one day.
Yeah.
Poundcake and I just went to Wasabi when we were still in Independence. I didn't know that was your first time there.
Yep, it was my first time ever going to a hibachi joint.
Was that your last?
No, it's ironic. I went like a week or two after that with a group of friends. But yeah, no, I had never had sake shot into my mouth before.
Yeah.
Now that he had some new knowledge, he's like, let's go to a hibachi joint.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, what a good idea, Poundcake. We didn't know you were such a fan of hibachi.
Yeah, it was a blast. It was a great weekend. And if you haven't been to the National Comedy Center, it's like 2.5 hours away. It's so much fun. All you guys got to get out there. It's so good.
Yeah, I haven't made it there yet.
It's so good.
It's on my to-do list.
Yeah. We stayed the night because I was, that was my plan for the weekend. But my friends all
Stayed in Jamestown.
Stayed in Jamestown, but my friends all drove out and drove back in the same day and still made it back to watch most of the Super Bowl. So it was, it's a fun trip.
Mm-hmm. Alan, I'm surprised Gary Newman wants to come back to Cleveland since last time he was here, his bus killed a guy. I forgot about that. When Gary Newman canceled his show like 5-6 years ago because his tour bus hit an old dude. Right over here.
That was like right here,
like
yeah.
Superior and 9th, over on the east side.
Yeah.
East Cleveland.
East Cleveland. The east side.
Oh, yeah,
Over
you're
here,
right. East
yeah.
side.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's coming with his mea culpas. I don't know if he was on the bus at the time, but Al, I'm genuinely curious how Poundcake has stayed alive this long.
What do you mean?
I don't know what that means either. I don't know.
Because
I think he's alluding to the experiences you've never had, but that has nothing to do with you staying alive.
I've been to like a hibachi restaurant. I have never had the sake shot into my mouth.
Yeah.
Like I've been to. There was a place in Akron. I went for a friend's birthday. It was a place called Otani's. I don't think it's there anymore. But
Otani's hibachi.
it's just called Otani's.
Permanently closed.
Yeah, and we went there for like a birthday party, but I still never had the sake shot into my mouth. That was like the first time. I didn't know that was a thing. But I just thought a hibachi was they make the food right in front of you and then they'll toss it on your plate. I didn't even know what sake was. I didn't know it was alcoholic. I thought it was soy sauce.
God, I remember getting ripped on rice wine a long time ago, and it's so deceptively sweet that you don't feel it hitting you until you are knockered on rice wine. Plum wine, sorry. Sake's rice wine. Plum wine. Yeah. Like, yeah, keep it coming. And then it hits you all at once. You're like, oh, this is pre-Uber. I'm like, I'll just walk to a nearby friend's house and sleep on their stoop.
Hello, I'm drunk on plums.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we go to Shinto in Westlake. That's the one by us.
That's a good place.
Yeah.
Good one.
I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. I will have those passes for you. I was talking about earlier. Charlie Sheen is coming through to do a thing, along with a screening of Major League. It's going to be an evening with Charlie Sheen, end of April at MGM Northfield Park. So if you want to get to that, I will hand off first pair of tickets for that coming back. 35192 and a text for anything else, and you can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
People are going funding crazy around here. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
podcast, you'll find your next obsession at Audible, the home of storytelling. Try Audible free. Sign up at audible.com.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
All right, they just announced an evening with Charlie Sheen and a screening of Major League, the greatest sports film of all time. The triumphant return to Cleveland of Charlie Sheen after a decade plus. Live stories, conversations, audience Q&A. The tickets, VIP meet and greet packages, all that, go to Ticketmaster.com. It'll be available to buy this Friday at 10 a.m. Get in a day early. The WMMS presale starts Thursday at 10 a.m. Use the promo code JOBU, J-O-B-U. If you know, you know. I got you a pair of tickets here. Evening with Charlie Sheen, screening of Major League, end of April. MGM Northfield Park, caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Now you can enjoy that sickening middle of the night. What am I gonna do with my life? Feeling in the afternoon.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Cavaliers have won 7 straight. They're going for number 8 tomorrow night. They'll be in Philly to play Harden and the Sixers. That is a 7:30 tip here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And then they'll play the Nuggets here at home. They'll go to Atlanta, play the Hawks, play the Raptors. Still a lot of basketball to be played. When's the All-Star break, by the way?
That starts this weekend, Friday.
This weekend,
Yeah.
Okay. So tomorrow night, right, and then they don't play the Nuggets until the 23rd.
Mm-hmm.
So last game before the break is going to be tomorrow night. Cavs in Philly, who are licking their wounds from the Super Bowl and turning their eyes to the 76ers. So we'll see. Remember we used to play the Charlie Sheen game? You want to play the Charlie Sheen game real quick? Sure. Where you tell me if he said it.
Bring it. Bingo. Boom. Damn. What did Charlie Sheen say? Go.
Like all those weirdo quotes from back in the day, because he hasn't been here for over 10 years. So it'll be, did he say, I regret that I have one life to give for my country?
I regret?
I regret that I have but one life to give for my country. Did Charlie Sheen say that?
That sounds more like a politician. So I'm going to say no, he did not say that.
That's right. It was Nathan Hale, of course, American patriot of the Revolutionary War.
Nailed it.
Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas.
Love Tomer Toms.
Take
that slick salamander, white salamander, whatever that crap was.
Thomas Jefferson was a pussy.
That sounds like Charlie
I would
Sheen.
say Charlie Sheen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Charlie Sheen, all right. How he got into a conversation about the Founding Fathers, I don't know.
How don't you? It's kind of unavoidable.
Vini Vidi Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. Did Charlie Sheen say that?
No.
No.
That is Mr. Worldwide. That was Pitbull.
Or Julius Caesar, however far back you want to go.
No,
Yeah,
I
sure.
came, I saw, I
The
conquered,
original
or should I
Mr.
say,
Worldwide.
The original Mr. Worldwide.
I
That's
conquered, I
right.
saw, I came.
That's
Pitbull.
right. Uh-huh. Sinatra, Flynn, Jagger, Richards, they all look like droopy-eyed, armless children.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, that's
And
right.
Charlie Sheen did say that. Oh, this game is so easy. That's right. Dying is for fools.
Ooh, that's a tough
I
one.
go Charlie Sheen.
No, that's another political figure. That's like Ben Franklin or something.
I'm sorry, Bill's correct. It was Charlie Sheen. And there you go, everybody. What did Charlie Sheen?
Bingo. Boom. Damn. What did Charlie Sheen say? Go.
So I will have those passes for you all this week, right around this time, for an evening with Charlie Sheen. I have to think that maybe he will make reference to whatever he remembers from the Violent Torpedo of Truth tour. Over 10 years ago. That was 2010. I hadn't been in Cleveland that long. when we saw him at Playhouse Square, just sweating and smoking and the whole bit.
Just living life.
Living his life as best he possibly could. I also saw that Tina Fey and Amy Poehler are going on tour.
It's only 4 dates.
Yeah,
I feel
5
like
of them, yeah.
Tour is... Because I was like, oh, I hope they're coming to Cleveland.
I
It's
know.
like,
I thought
yeah.
it was going to be a more extensive thing, but it's, there's also, and again, I don't know what kind of fan base she has, but there's kind of this SoundCloud bedroom keyboard artist who calls herself Tina Fey. And if this girl goes out and does dates, that's got to be really confusing for people.
For sure.
You got to really, really pay attention. I don't know how she hasn't been sued. Obviously, it's a wink and a nod, and you're probably not going to sue somebody who has 300 followers. Nevertheless. Yeah, I thought that this was, we're going to go to the Chicago stop, but I thought that this was going to be like a full-on thing.
That's what I was hoping for.
And again, I don't know what they're going to do, but Amy Poehler and Tina Fey, the Restless Leg Tour. But again, it would be worth traveling, I think. They're going to do D.C., Chicago, Boston, and Atlantic City. I thought it was 5 dates.
I read 4.
I think you're right. The 4 that I see here, end of April. I mean, the Chicago
be doing like an L.A. stop, right?
I was going to say, I
it
think
doesn't look like it.
I think they're going to see how this goes, and then they go, "Hey, guess what? We're going to do more dates." I could almost guarantee you that's what they'll do. So, because they both hooked up in the Second City days, so that's why I want to see the gig at home, since they'll probably be telling a lot of stories of their time there. They hosted the Golden Globes 4 times together. And, people they did they do Weekend Update together?
Yeah.
Okay. So Amy Poehler, Tina Fey.
Weekend Update together. They've been in
their movies aren't
few
great.
movies together. They did what? Baby Mama and
Sisters. Yeah, it's weird. Tina Fey wrote Mean Girls and the Broadway production. My wife devoured both of their books. And they're undeniably really funny. Their movies are not great, and I can't figure that out.
I liked Baby Mama. I saw Baby Mama in theaters, I think, 3 or 4 times.
Wow.
I was 18 when it came out.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
In the theater 4 times.
I was, I think it was like, I think it came out in 2008. I was 17 or 18 when it came out, and it hit me right where I needed it to hit. I thought that movie was hilarious.
2008.
Yeah. Sisters, was that there?
Yeah, Sisters was the
I
other
wanted
one.
that to be better. I saw that and I was like, okay. But I thought Baby Mama was great.
Well, there you go. Amy
I thought
Poehler, Tina Fey.
Baby Mama was funny, but it wasn't anything that I went back and watched again.
But it's also not, I feel like it's more of a woman comedy than not.
Oh, yeah, Mary?
Yes.
I think it's a comedy for people that know people.
No. There are some things that are geared towards women and some things that are geared towards men.
Well, Sisters, I didn't think either of them particularly funny. Sisters made a lot of money. Baby Mama kind of broke even, but Sisters made a lot of money. It cost them $30 million to make, and they made about $110 on it. So, but that was only 5 or 6 years ago that came out. Anywho, they're going to go on the road, and I would think that if you're a fan of either of them, it's worth the trip. D.C., Chicago, Boston, Atlantic City at the Hard Rock Live. It'll span late April to early June. They're going to celebrate their 30 years of friendship with an evening of jokes. This is going to be similar to the Steve Martin Short tour that they do, where they just go out, rag on each other, tell stories.
I think it'll be fun,
It'll
though.
be like a 2-hour award show hosting bit, Tell some stories.
Maybe some sketches.
Something. That'll be great. But I'm mostly concerned about the girl who calls herself Tina Fey and goes out. And again, I don't know if she tours outside of Red Hook, but might be something to look at. Alan, you might recall the classic Mattitude intern view with Ja Rule when he quoted Vini Vidi Vici, and Mattitude said, "I didn't know you spoke Hebrew."
Nice.
Yeah. Well, that's why we loved Mattitude, who was last seen spinning for us at the Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle.
He's in Mexico right now.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, good for him.
In Cancun.
Yep. And probably dressed to the nines, man. He always looks good when you see him.
Every girl's crazy about a sharp-dressed man.
They love him. Ladies love Manitou. Don't they? Does he have a girl? I always see he's like such a lone wolf, and I can respect that. Do you have a girl?
Not that I know of, no.
Oh,
Is he a
he's
virgin?
opened wide. He's not a virgin.
Cody, do you know?
I don't think he's a virgin. I don't know for sure. I wasn't in the room.
Because he is. He never. I mean, he might be just on the low with it, but I never see him with a girl. He never
No, I
posts
think
about any
he's
of that.
I think he's keeping his options wide
He
open.
has DJ groupies. The
right,
clout
but that doesn't
groupies.
mean that he's with them or
I didn't
hooking
say-
up with them.
Well, I think. Well, I'm not gonna put his business out there.
No, but I think he's smart about his business.
Yeah.
He seems to keep it very close to the
Play it
chest.
close to the vest.
Yep.
Yeah, because I will ask and he won't tell me. I'm like, you don't trust me? He's like, no. I'm like, well, damn.
Nor should he. That's smart of him.
I get offended. I'm like, I'm not one of those people that you can feel like you can vent to. He's like, the last time I vented to you, you aired me out on the radio. I said, no, I didn't. And he told me that. I was like, oh, well, that was one time I was in a bad place.
Oh, so it's his fault to tell you. He should have known you were in a bad place. When are you ever not in a bad place? This guy, Joe Sweaty Palms over here. I was in a
reset your
bad
camera.
place. Who?
Poundcake.
Okay.
What did he do? Did he bump it?
He didn't do anything.
In
to
his
it. It's
excitement?
We're just still using an iPhone.
Oh, I see.
And it keeps dropping.
All right. Well, yeah. That was, like I said, Matitude is smart about his business. Very smart to not confide in Poundcake.
He does. I just don't talk about it.
Oh, there he is. BFFs over here.
He learned.
I've learned. Just like Bill had to be checked from Mary, I had to be checked from Matt. And I was like, okay, I won't say stuff anymore.
Right.
But the stuff I already talked about is already out there, so I just want to bring it up again.
What I also learned with Mary is
already out there.
If you just wait long enough, she'll say it herself.
Yeah. Eventually it'll come out.
Yeah.
You don't got to tattle.
Tattle on yourself. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Good.
Self-tattling.
Yes. What's the matter with that?
Wears her heart on her sleeve. So
I'm not a good liar. I don't keep things in. I get too excited or nervous or guilty.
Mm-hmm.
It'll come out eventually.
Hello.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, who's this?
Bill, you know what this is?
Based on the music?
You recognize my voice, Bill?
Sort of. It sounds a little different.
I'm on the cell phone plan.
Yeah. Well,
But the Chick-fil-A mobile.
well, good thing you didn't call on a Sunday.
It's not, that's right. It doesn't work too well, Bill.
But this is
Different Moscow, Bill.
Ah, Moscow. That's it.
Formerly Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah, it's been a while since you
Remember me?
played.
I heard you talk about me. Thought I'd call you.
Yeah. Did we talk about you?
Yes, I heard you say Timofey was going on tour.
No. Tina Fey.
Yeah,
Not
Timofey.
Timofey. No,
What?
comedian Tina Fey. She's on Saturday Night Live and 30 Rock. She's going on tour. We weren't
I
talking.
don't know who you're talking about. I heard Timofey going out, and I appreciate you. Think
Are
I'm
you-
very funny.
Are you going on tour too?
I am going on tour. I'm part of All-Star Game.
I don't know if you are, man. You haven't been in the league for years, and
Doesn't matter.
you just gonna show up
No, they've invited me.
to do what?
They want to recreate that time that DeMar DeRozan dunked all over him. Remember that?
So you're gonna get DeMar DeRozan's nuts in your face? You're coming all the way from Russia for that?
I'm not in Russia. I'm in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were at home.
My hometown.
Okay.
You know.
Well, that's exciting. Do you know where the All-Star game is this year?
I do. They told me. Bakersfield, California.
Nope, that's not right at all.
That's what they told me. They
It's
said,
not in
come to Bakersfield.
Why do you think it's in Bakersfield?
I don't. That's what the email said from
It's not in Bakersfield.
NBA. Said it was NBA.com. It was NBA guy at NBA.com. Was
NBA guy at NBA.com. It sounds pretty official, but
come to thing, Mozgov, is what it said. Come to thing,
Come to
Mozgov.
thing
That's right.
in Bakersfield, where there's not even an NBA team.
I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. You had me going. You're very dry.
I am
So-
dry.
Yeah, it's hard to tell when you're.
I have prescription for that. Bill, you get it.
Yeah,
It's in Salt Lake City.
Yes, Salt Lake City. No,
Salt Lake City.
no,
is
not
what I
Salt
call it.
Lake City. Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City is what I call it. When Mozgov show up.
Oh.
You think DeRozan was nasty at the rim, Bill.
You
So
got
was Mozgov.
you got a lot of licks while you're out there.
Oh my God! You see Mozgov at Nuggets game on Sunday?
I did not see that. No.
I'm very famous Nugget.
Oh yeah. What's your favorite nugget sauce?
I was in Denver a long time, Bill.
Yeah. What's your?
I don't look good. If you saw me, I don't look very good. I'm only 36. I look 56.
Well, you know, you're a tall guy. Sometimes that causes you to age a little faster.
You're saying the height is the problem. Thank you.
Not enough
You always
nutrients going around.
All my old teammates would say black don't crack. I'm the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Russian looks Martian. That's what we say. Like we're all mushed up.
That's too bad. Well, you gotta get some moisturizer or something. You gotta take care of that. Try and take better care of yourself. Maybe you're anemic. Mary's anemic.
I don't know what that is, but
That means you don't have enough iron in your diet.
well, I eat a lot of animals, so hopefully that take care of that.
What kind of animals are you eating, though? You have to eat the right kind.
Whatever's around.
Whatever's around.
Squirrel.
You're eating squirrels?
Sometimes.
Well, why are you eating squirrels?
Chipmunks.
Don't eat those animals.
Because they pair with Mozgov's beef barbecue sauce.
You have so much money. Why are you eating rodents?
Do you think I keep all my money, Bill?
I guess that's a good way to save.
That's right.
Are you hunting them, or where are you getting them?
I find them around. I have a lot of time to kill.
Apparently
I
you
kill
do.
animals with it, that's right.
And also, they're very small and not very meaty. How many chipmunks are you eating per
I haven't
meal?
figured that out. CPM, I haven't figured that out. I don't know. Listen, I heard you say Timofey is going out, and I wanted to make sure that you knew all the info, Bill.
All right, well.
But I love you.
Did you even share any info on it?
That's still, this called a tease, Bill. I
Okay.
love you, though.
All right, well, let
I'll
us know.
talk to you soon, okay?
All right.
This is the barbecue sauce. Remember, good for your skin, Bill. I got that.
All right.
Chick-fil-A mobile out. All right, bye-bye.
Talk to you later, bud. Hey, all right. It's always good to hear from him.
What happened, Bill? I had to step out for a second.
A Cavs player from 7 years ago.
Holy
Or 6 years
Magoli.
ago.
Holy Cavs player.
Yeah, he called.
Luol Deng?
No. Timothy Mozgov.
Oh, not familiar with him.
He hasn't been on the team for a while, but he likes to call and tell us about his very interesting life.
Oh, boy. Well,
Apparently he eats a lot of
interesting lives
squirrels
are
and
good.
chipmunks.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that sounds like it would lead all kinds of
And he
problems.
doesn't look very good right now. He looks, he's only 36 years old, and he looks closer to 56.
Yeah, I saw a picture of him. They were interviewing him. There was some downtime in the Nuggets game the other night, and Mozgov was there, and they just started talking to him. He was dressed like a homeless man. So I hope that doesn't
it's high fashion.
Portend something awful for him. Yeah, see, that's the move. When you have a bunch of money, you can dress like a homeless person, and people go, "Oh, that's the vibe. That's his flex. He's got money. He got that quiet money." All right. How did his phone sound? It's hard.
Not great.
It's hard these days
Yeah.
getting phone calls from people because boy,
Well, he's so far away. He's all the way in Bakersfield, California.
that's where it is.
Chick-fil-A Mobile is
Chick-fil-A
new.
Mobile. Well,
is new.
Or no, he's in St. Petersburg. He thought he was going to Bakersfield, but he's actually going to Salt Lake City.
Oh, my goodness. I missed so much.
Yeah.
I've got to take a break. Hey, if you want to get yourself to that Clutch show, is Mary going to be there?
She might.
At the Clutch show. They're coming through on May 14th. It's a Sunday night at Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. So I want to go see Clutch. Get you a couple tickets coming back. And then 4:30, another keyword coming for you to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, a chance of showers, a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, becoming sunny with a high in the mid to upper 60s. And Thursday, showers and thunderstorms, high around 60.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Right now during Staples Sit-a-thon, select chairs are up to 50% off, like the Union and Scale Essentials Mesh Back Task Chair, now just $89.99 at Staples. In-store only, offer ends 2/18 while supplies last. Staples, the working and learning and savings store.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Bill. Don't let breakfast be boring when it could be so much better. Don't settle for bland. Start going for bacon. Dive all in for the Breakfast Baconator with oven-baked bacon, and it will awaken your taste buds. You'll start your day off with a bacon bang. Or take a delicious bite into the sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant with savory sausage on a flaky, warm croissant bun. Pair that with the Frosty Chino. That'll get you going any day of the week. Not a croissant person? Well, we got biscuits. There's the bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit or the sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, and they're both incredible. If you have kids or you like to start your day off with a sweet treat, try Wendy's Homestyle French Toast Sticks. They're perfectly crispy on the outside and warm and fluffy on the inside. And they're even better when they're dipped in syrup. Enjoy them in a 4-piece or a 6-piece. So get to Wendy's and get breakfast that now includes the Homestyle French Toast Sticks plus all your other morning favorites. Order it now and start looking forward to tomorrow morning. At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours only, Wendy's, quality is our recipe.
It only happens once a year, and it's happening now at Ken Ganley, the official #1 volume Kia dealer, where you get auto show specials before the auto show. The new 2023 Kia models are here, including Kia Seltos, K5, Forte, Sorento, Sportage, Carnival, and the 3-row Telluride. See them, drive them, and buy them today at special pre-auto show prices and payments. And best of all, you can just sign and drive with zero due at signing. So why wait for the auto show? Get your new 2023 Kia today at all 4 Ken Ganley Kia locations in Medina, Mentor, Boardman, and Alliance. Or visit us online at kenganleykia.com and tell them Mackenzie sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
Plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through KMF. #1 in overall retail Kia sales in the Central Region for 1/1 to 12/31/22 per Kia Motors year-end sales report.
Jake from State Farm here to answer your what ifs.
Hi, what if a moose rams my car?
File a claim on the app. At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Yeah, back in my day, a gallon of gas was only 80 cents. And it didn't cost an arm and a leg to go to the movies.
Okay, Dad.
Oh, it'll happen to you. Just look at Spectrum. They raised rates on millions of customers last year. You think they won't do it again?
Actually, Dad, I have T-Mobile 5G home internet, so I get T-Mobile's price lock guarantee, which means they won't ever raise my rate for internet.
Yeah, but if T-Mobile doesn't ever raise your rate, then by the time you're my age, you won't be able to complain about how much better it was back in the day. Because, it'll still be good.
Yeah, Dad, that's kind of the whole point.
Switch to T-Mobile 5G home internet and get our price lock guarantee. We won't raise your rate for internet ever, and it's just $50 a month with autopay. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/5G internet.
Qualifying credit and service required. Regulatory fees included in price for qualified accounts, plus $5 per month without autopay. Price lock exclusions like taxes, fees, select promos, and third-party services apply.
The Louisiana Swamplands. Out here, you're either lunch or you're enjoying it. Make sure you end up on top with the all-powerful lineup of Kia SUVs, like the Telluride, Sportage, and Sorento, equipped with available all-wheel drive, higher ground clearance, and the interior capacity to bring everything you need, so you'll always remain more than a gator's length ahead. Lease a new 2023 Sportage LX for $279 a month for 36 months with $34.99 due at signing for qualified lessees during the President's Day sales event. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. New 2023 Sportage LX 2.5-liter GDI 8AT FWD gas model, $27,615 MSRP. MSRP includes destination handling and excludes taxes, title, license fees, options, and retailer charges. Actual prices set by dealer.
podcast about evidence.
Those aren't my genes.
This is the worst kind of fraud.
It calls into question the cases that she worked.
Yeah, they knew this.
And she worked a lot of cases.
There's no way they didn't know it was wrong.
Listen to Admissible, Shreds of Evidence on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the Mazda of Kent studios.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent. MazdaofKent.com.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Clutch. They are back on the No Stars Above tour. They're bringing Amigo the Devil and Nate Bergman along on the Cleveland stop. It's going to happen Sunday, May 14th at Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. You can go to axs.com for tickets, info, everything else. Always fun when Clutch is in town. Sometimes you get to see him inside. Sometimes you get to see him outside. This one's the latter. Car 10, 2 for Clutch. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? Because we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got hot celebrity goss.
Oh, yeah.
Straight ahead, courtesy of Perez Bilton. You think you're paying attention to what's going on with hot celebrity goss? No one is, like he is. So that's on the way. I'll also have another $1,000 for you. It's the last few days to do that, last week to go fund yourself. So listen for that next keyword here in about 8 minutes. 4:30 is going to be the next chance for you to win. Cavaliers got a good stretch going. They've won 7 in a row. They're going to play the Sixers in Philly tomorrow night. Here on MMS, 7:30 is your tip-off, also on the iHeartRadio app. So if you want to get the full experience, 7 o'clock is Cavs Live pregame. And then 7:30 Cavs Sixers. Here on WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. Sixers are a great team right now, too.
Yeah.
They have one fewer win than the Cavs right now, but also fewer losses. So Cavs are 4th in the East, Sixers are 3rd. So that'll be a good game tomorrow night.
Yeah, I believe it's they flexed it to ESPN.
Oh, yeah?
They're like, oh, yeah, we got to start giving the Cavs some national games because they're very relevant.
Right.
Because it was originally, I think it was supposed to be Nets and Wizards, and
Oh,
they're
boy.
like, oh, boy, we got to, this ain't going to do it.
Nets,
No one's
Wizards.
tuned into that.
No. Who's left on the Nets? Who's their top dog on the Nets?
You got Ben Simmons, who they traded.
Oh, God, he's
and
useless.
He's useless. He's a bench player now.
Yeah.
You got Spencer Dinwiddie.
Oh.
Cam Thomas is a promising young player. He's had some good games.
Oh, Dinwiddie
lately.
they just got from the Mavs.
Yeah. But yeah,
Hmm.
it's a rebuilding time for them.
Indeed. That's the most diplomatic way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dick.
Hey, how are you?
You going to go to that Clutch show, Dick?
I should. Hey, I just wanted to say the Cavaliers look pretty darn good. Man, Garland and that too. They were other night. They were down. They're hustling, you know.
7 in a
Of course, I
row.
wanna Yeah, congratulate Ron James for his record-setting
Ron
over
James?
Ron.
LeBron. I'm sorry.
They said
LeBron
Ron James. I don't know. Isn't that a porno actor from
Yeah,
the
I didn't
70s?
know.
Ronnie James Dio.
LeBron, yeah.
Mm.
Like when I called the end zone show, I called it's D. I called him DeRon. He says, "Dick, are you on? What are you on?" He says, "That's okay." We talked about the Brown, but
Is Dick saying that he calls
what?
other radio shows? This is news to me. This is
the
a
End Zone
revelation.
Show. The End Zone Show.
I don't know what that is.
That was with Jimmy Donovan.
Another television
Tony
show.
Grossi and Deron Cherry.
Okay, that's a television show.
Yeah, a television show, Fox Sports.
Gotcha.
But I just wanted to tell you, as
Is
the
Dick
last
saying he
time
calls
I've,
other shows? Is that what
Apparently.
he's? Oh my God!
I had no idea.
Spoiler alert, Dick. You dropped this bomb on me like this. I don't know what to do with it. I'm vexed. What else going on, Dick?
Dick, did you see that Bruce Springsteen is going on tour?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, he
speaking
is.
of that, one of my friends over at Goodwill gave me a Bruce String CD the other day, and I love that song he does. The first song I put on was "Born in the USA."
Oh, not The River. I think The River is probably kind of a superior song. Born in the USA is great, though. You know, you're going to have to go to, I think Spring String is coming here, right? But they've added another date. They've added a Pittsburgh stop in September.
Really?
Yeah. So, you know, you could be closer, obviously, for you to come here and see Bruce Springsteen and the Street Band. But, yeah.
You know, another person I like, too, I got somebody gave me up there, too.
John Prine.
Oh, my gosh. Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Oh,
Stevie Ray
yeah.
Vaughan.
That
Yep.
up and comer.
Mary loves Stevie Ray Vaughan. She cannot get enough Stevie Ray Vaughan.
And you know who else I like, too, is coming back? I play in the Bluegrass on Fridays. Van Morrison, Brown Eyed Girl.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Brown Eyed Girl. Yep.
Brown Eyed Girl.
Oh,
And there's another one, too. I can't think who made, I like Karina, Ray Peterson.
Okay. What about Ray
That was a
Stevens
good
and Ahab the Arab?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, have you ever heard of, somebody gave me, Sarah Goodwill, have you ever heard of, I got a CD, the Blues Brothers are good. You ever hear them?
The Blues Brothers. Nope.
Yeah.
Never heard of them.
Oh, they're pretty
Is
good.
that somebody I should check out?
Yeah.
Oh.
The Blues Brothers, yeah.
Okay. How
But
about
another
Mac
thing, too.
Allen Smith? Broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. How about that song?
Well, now, I don't know that. But
Oh,
you know,
that's a
That'll
great
keep for him.
song.
He just found out about Brown Eyed Girl.
Yeah, I guess so. Thank you, Dick. Appreciate
Well,
the
she
call.
broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. I tell you, I hadn't hurt this much in darn near 20 years. It felt just like a mule that kicked me right between my ears. When she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. There was a time when I believed that she belonged to me. She told me that I was the only one she'd ever need. That was before this trucker came and took her for a ride. Now there's nothing I can do to keep her satisfied. I didn't know what was going on, but I
You know, the wild thing about Dick is, it'd be one thing, I would not even remotely expect him to be familiar with the contemporary artists. But when he is surprised by the Blues Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you ever heard of the Blues Brothers?
That's how much he was working.
Yeah.
He's got a
He's
back
got time
catalog
now.
of all these different things that he's got to figure out. Now he's finally got time, and he's like, oh, just going through it
Yeah, but he
decade
goes
by
back,
decade.
but he's going back to like the 1930s
That's how
for some
long
of these
he's-
artists.
Yeah,
he was
he's been a busy guy.
But he was at Lowe's for 25 years. Blues Brothers were like 1979.
He also probably doesn't have a computer.
Yeah, you just go into the library and get whatever they have.
Or whoever the lady at the Goodwill is telling him about.
Hey, ever heard of the Blues Brothers?
He
sure
mentioned
have.
Stevie Ray Vaughan and Joe Bonamassa's coming. We'll be giving away tickets to that. Are you guys familiar with the show called The Most Expensivest on
The
Vice?
Most Expensivest.
2
No.
Chainz is hosting a show called The Most Expensivest, and he goes around
I've
to people.
seen stuff like that. I think I've seen that before.
So he goes around and interviews people who have like the most expensive Lego collection or things like that. And Joe Bonamassa was on and he was going over his guitar collection. And it is a really cool episode. Like if you're into, you know, yeah, he's obviously a fantastic guitar player, but like any kind of rock history or anything like that, it's a weird show, but definitely check it out because Joe Bonamassa has his guitar collection out there. He's like, this one's worth, you know, $1.2 million. I bought this one for $220,000 in 1975. And like just his story in general is super crazy too.
Cool.
Here's the description of it for the Vice TV website. New season just dropped.
Yeah.
Last night.
Yeah, Joe Bonamassa was the first episode on the new season.
2 Chainz uncovers all of the extravagant ways the 1% enjoys blowing its load.
Yeah. Dude, it's cool. It's a cool show. Because he has
You'd think they'd have a guy with more chains to host it.
They have some people who are just like, you've never heard of them, but they have a ton of money and they happen to have a crazy car collection or something like that.
Quiet money.
Right, but then there's people like Joe Bonamassa or other professional athletes and things like that. It's really, it's pretty cool.
Season
it's like
4.
The new version of Lifestyles of the Rich and the Famous.
Yeah. It's cool.
You mean with Good Charlotte?
Yes, that's...
2 Chainz covered that song, actually.
Nice.
Robin Leach. What a ridiculous show.
Robin Leach. Let me give you some money here. It won't make you rich, but it'll make you richer than you are now. It's $1,000 to go fund yourself. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword cash at WMMS.com. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Oh, I thought we were going right into...
We are. I want to get to some hot celebrity goss, but I just wanted to... I just wanted to cry publicly? I don't know. The Bears have traded Justin Fields to the Carolina Panthers. And, listen, the Bears famously passed on a young man named Patrick Mahomes for a dope named Mitch Trubisky from Mentor, Ohio. And I know people around here love him. He didn't do anything for my Bears. Justin Fields looked like a guy who was really going to be leading the next phase of some kind of Bears dynasty, but of course, not the case. And I'm sorry, that's the mock draft. Hey, are you ready for the hot celebrity gossip?
I'm like trying to look it over.
I wanted to get pretty upset.
This is hot celebrity gossip with Perez Bilton.
Ooh, yeah, I got some hot goss. It's piping hot goss right from the tap. Let's start things off. After cheating on Rap with Rock, it now appears that MGK has cheated on his fiancée, Megan Fox.
What?
Yeah. Fox posted lyrics from a Beyonce album, Lemonade, which I'm told is about cheating. Been told that by a few girls that have sent me songs from it.
You've been sent songs.
Yeah.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but here's a song, Bill.
And then she unfollowed everyone on Instagram except for Harry Styles, Timothée Chalamet, and Eminem, who MGK famously has beef with. And then she just completely deleted her account. There was a note in there that was burning, so she's making it a little cryptic, but it seems like there's been cheating. According to inside sources, MGK did cheat on Megan Fox with, you guessed it, Pete Davidson.
Inside sources.
That's what that friendship's been about all those years. So,
it's all lining up for Pete Davidson.
Yeah. Emily Ratajkowski, speaking of Pete Davidson, that's his ex, and she has moved on from Pete Davidson to another comedian, Eric Andre. They posted a sexy photo together on Instagram, and then they were seen at a Knicks game on Monday night, courtside. And according to inside sources, Emily Ratajkowski needs glasses.
Boy, she must be cripplingly insecure. Like, if you ever saw her ex-husband, some fat ginger, she goes to Pete Davidson, Eric Andre.
She's probably one of those, I'm in love with the person, not The way they look. What do they call that?
Oh.
Dim? Not dim.
The
One
opposite
like
of shallow.
sapiosexual?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
One of those.
Yeah.
We have to be in love with them
Made
first.
up stuff.
Yeah. All right. And then finally, after Rihanna's halftime performance, all anyone was talking about was her baby bump. And shortly after taking the stage, Riri confirmed she's pregnant again with A$AP Rocky being the father. And according to inside sources, the couple plans to name their new baby after Rihanna's halftime show. So coming soon, Baby Meh.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
That's a cute name.
Meh. Meh. This is Meh.
Meh. Yeah. All right.
Meh Rocky.
Yeah, what's the last name? It's not right. A$AP Rocky. What's the last name?
I don't know any. I mean, Rihanna's just Rihanna.
Yeah. What's her last name, Poundcake?
Fenty.
It's Fenty, right?
Oh,
That's
okay.
her Fenty makeup line?
Mefenty.
Mefenty.
A$AP Rocky's
A$AP Meh.
A$AP Rocky's real name is Rakim Athelstan Mayers.
No, try it again. What is it?
Athelstan.
That sounds like a dinosaur.
Athelstan.
The Athelstan grew to be 19.
Yeah, you're right. Rakim Athelstan Mayers. So it'll be Meh Mayers. Okay.
I think I'm
Well,
bringing
good for
Mary
them.
around to Hot Celebrity Goss.
Well, you're picking
Miss Maybe.
you're picking things that pique my interest, like MGK cheating on Megan Fox.
Well, it all
Now-
depends on what's going on in the world, and we just happen to have a good week.
The world of Hot Celebrity Goss.
Here's the other thing is that I never trusted that relationship because they both seem very insecure, MGK and Megan Fox. Like for them, he proposed to her with a ring. I don't know if you guys remember the story where the
hurts
way,
if she takes it off,
the way that he had it made, if she tried to take it off, it would make her bleed. Like that's not someone who is a secure person. Like, and just all the performative pictures and
Making out, all that stuff.
That's
yeah.
what I mean.
It's
is
all
like
weird.
So I never.
It's like when
loved-
Angelina and Billy Bob were wearing their blood around each
Yeah.
other's necks, and it's all for show.
And I guess who he actually is accused of cheating on her with is his guitar player. He's got this hot lady guitar player that.
It's not Nita
just did-
Strauss, is it? Who's his
I don't-
guitar player?
I don't know what her name, but
Oh,
she.
boy.
And if I don't know, then who would know?
Right.
I'm Perez
Well, you wouldn't
Hilton.
know, but Perez Bilton might know.
He might know.
Megan took her ring off.
Mhm.
Oh my God.
She completely deleted her account. Like this is I love that the dramatic nature of the
Sophie
situation.
Lloyd is MGK's guitar player.
Yeah,
And yeah,
confirmed.
I love that we are in between Nita Strauss and Sophie Lloyd. I know that's only two, but there are more. We're in a golden age of crazy hot female guitarists right now. She's crazy hot. But
Also,
this is to get her name out there until the solo album drops, I have to assume, right?
do you think that Megan Fox is a crazy person?
Yes.
Like based off of everything she does online.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then this is like typical toxic woman behavior to
I think
blow
she's
up your ex's spot and then delete your social media.
I think she's also a mom who's terrified of publicly getting older.
Maybe.
Yeah. Because Brian Austin Green, by all accounts, was a pretty solid dude.
Yeah.
And they were together for a long time. And then she's looking around like,
Whoa.
I'm withering on the vine here, man, with the 90210 dude. And they're about the same age, I think.
Did MGK delete his account too?
No,
No, there's no way he would do that.
Oh, I can't find him.
Maybe he blocked you.
You think MGK went and blocked? Maybe I was the one that she was
He's
suspicious
Coulson on
of.
Instagram, right?
I don't think so.
I thought he was Cole, or he's like, it's not MGK, it's like Billy Boy Bottom Diver or something. He's got some weirdo.
I mean,
name.
whenever you search any
Mr.
of it, none of it's popping up at all.
Oh, yeah, it says this page isn't available.
You
I
guys.
Googled it.
Unlike him, his page is not available. Hey, Joe.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
What up?
Hey, not to change the subject. I know you're talking
Please
about
do.
the hot gossip and stuff. But I was wondering if there's some kind of conspiracy theory about all these train derailments lately. There's one in East Palestine. Now there's one down in South Carolina. Now there's another one down in Texas. All
Yeah.
and I just wonder if there's anything that maybe.
Well, yeah,
Poundcake-
Joe, there are always conspiracy theories. If you're asking if there's any truth to them, that's a completely different thing.
That's what I'm trying to get to, because I'm not getting the whole gist of all these and what's going on with shooting down all these balloons from China and stuff like that. They're not saying anything on the news really about anything, probably because they don't know what's going on either. I don't know. But just wondering.
So you're asking what? If it's a coincidence or if there's, I mean, there are hundreds of train derailments every year in this country.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So the fact that we've been treated to two big ones in quick succession, I mean, this East Palestine thing is pretty wild. I mean, they're like, oh, it turns out that there are more toxins in the air than they initially revealed. What? How could that be? That the train company doesn't want people to know that. What? How could that? I mean, Bill has family in Houston. That's a scary thing down there. Yeah. So, I don't know. But I mean, but train derailments, it's as if an infrastructure bill might have helped this country. If, like, let's say a massive federal infrastructure bill would have been a great way to invest in this country. It's as if there should have been something people could have voted on that. Yes, no, I can't believe this doesn't happen all the time, every day, with hazardous materials. I mean, if that train in East, they got on video that train in East Palestine, farther west, there was some security footage from another trail yard that showed that the thing was starting to spark. And so it was just inevitable that something was going to happen. I don't know if you can predict a derailment like that. But if that train in East Palestine had derailed, let's say a half an hour later, it would have been in downtown Pittsburgh. And then you have a much bigger deal than something that derails in East Palestine, which sucks for those people, by the way. But it's a small town, 5,000 people, And, anybody, ironically, in Northeast Ohio, anybody living near the lake is living near a train track. And, there are all kinds of communities in this part of the state. They're like, gee, what if that had derailed near my house? So, there's one in Houston where 16 rail cars carrying hazardous materials crashed. I got to tell you, I was pretty ignorant about how many trains are constantly carrying hazardous materials.
This is why we need Cramerica. Get that bladder going.
Bladder.
Also, Machine Gun Kelly's Instagram is still out there. Just Machine Gun Kelly.
Oh, thank God.
I tried to find it.
Oh, thank God.
Did you spell machine right?
No.
Oh, thank God.
MESH.
Oh, thank God. Our long national nightmare is over.
Oh, my God.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, my God.
I've got to take a break. If you want to text for something, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com on a watch, and you can listen everywhere, all throughout North America on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
If you could describe your relationship
stop away.
All right, I want to go to the Incarceration Festival back at the Mansfield Reformatory in, wouldn't you know it, Mansfield. The Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival, July 14, 15, 16. Slipknot, Pantera, Limp Bizkit are your headliners for each of those nights. Megadeth, Volbeat. I think they got Marty Friedman back in Megadeth. Volbeat, Lamb of God, Bush, who was just here a couple nights ago. In This Moment, many, many more. Incarceration.com, I think is the website for the full lineup. I'll get you a couple of GA weekend passes to enjoy the whole thing. I'll see you there. Have fun. Good luck. Caller 10. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Remember, if you say Valentine's Day, you deserve to die alone. X's and O's from the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
The ever so subtle tubes. Sushi Girl. Guess what sushi is a euphemism for in this song? You're never going to figure it out. Never going to figure it out. Ever going to figure it out. Yeah, the knee pit. That's right. The weenus. There's a big, these are not unheard of in Japan, but they're starting to kind of pick up on them here in the States. Sushi conveyor belt restaurants. Which sounds like, to me, an epidemiological nightmare. But there's a chain that's kind of big on these overseas, and they're trying to expand into the United States. Here's the trouble that they run. If you've traveled overseas, you might have even gone to one of these places, and maybe there's one.
I've seen them on TikTok and stuff.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know if somebody has probably done this here in the States, but they're starting to kind of gain more traction.
There is a restaurant in Wisconsin where they bring your food out to you on a train, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I bet that one never derails because you got to get food to Wisconsinites who are expecting their food. That's long haul when you're bringing the food to those people. Conveyor belt restaurants, here's the trouble they run into, though, is theft. Not everybody sitting there along the conveyor belt is operating on the honor system. And so what they're doing is they're starting to use AI cameras to combat what they refer to as sushi terrorism. Boy, if you ever wanted to take two words that in no way belong together, sushi and terrorism would probably be a good place to start. They're going to start using food tampering deterrents in the way of AI cameras so that people can't just reach up there, lift the lid, do something weird, because there are covers on these plates, and the sushi goes by you, and you look and see what looks good. Ideally, you would take it down and eat it. So this chain in Japan that they're trying to bring over here, and I imagine this is why they're getting the word out now about their safety considerations, is this is just in advance of them trying to get it going over here.
I know this isn't Perez built anymore, but according to inside sources,
yes,
there's a revolving sushi bar that just opened in Seven Hills.
So the minute we leave Independence, they go, all right, everything's cool. Let's get the
inside sources
revolving sushi bar. Okay. Because they didn't have it at Wasabi. And by the way, with all due respect, you know I love you Parmanians, a revolving sushi conveyor belt restaurant in Seven Hills is a little too close to Parma for my comfort. They said they're going to start upgrading their existing cameras, which track the dishes. This is how they determine your bill. Tracks what you take off. And if the system detects suspicious behavior or anyone tampering with their food, hence the sushi terrorism term, you get in trouble. They're like, we can't have people picking up sushi with their hands and putting it back on the plates. That's what American buffets are for. So, yeah, there are videos all over social media about people doing gross stuff. Licking the spoon and putting it back in like a miso or something. Ugh. Or somebody else dumping a bunch of wasabi on the sushi as it goes by. Somebody licking the tip of a soy sauce bottle before putting it back.
Man, why are people such animals?
People are animals because they're going for the lulz. They're going for the clicks. But the wild thing is now is that those kind of things can F with your stock price, right? A video like that goes wide and your sushi chain, they go, why did our stock dip? Oh, it's like any chain over here, a Dunkin' Donuts or a pick a fast food chain here in the States. Somebody puts a TikTok video of them taking a dump in the slop sink. It affects like the stock price of the company.
Yeah.
You saw the video of people trying to order. McDonald's is test driving their AI drive-thrus, and they're like, this is why AI is not going to take over the world anytime soon. They can't even get McDonald's drive-thru orders right. People...
that's consistency with McDonald's. Go to Wendy's.
Where you can get anything you want at any time of the day.
That's not the case.
Oh.
You can get breakfast food during breakfast hours
Anytime?
only.
Oh.
Breakfast hours only.
Yeah.
And then lunch and dinner food during lunch and dinner times.
What's the demarcation line there?
10:30 a.m.
Oh, that's when lunch begins.
Isn't that when you want lunch?
10:30 in the morning. I mean, when I eat lunch, and I usually do, mine is early. I usually eat around 11:30 just because I'm trying to beat everybody else going at noon. And if I eat in the morning, it's earlier too, so I'm kind of back timing my lunch. But 10:30 seems early.
It's pretty early.
That's when they make the switch.
So, for those of you who are concerned about sushi terrorism, they are trying to get this figured out before this company comes over here to the States. Cracker Barrel doing Valentine's Day, by the way, for people who are desperate for a last-minute idea. Here's the catch. You can win food for a year from Cracker Barrel, which, if you've been to a Cracker Barrel, that's a lot of food. You just have to propose at the Cracker Barrel.
Does it have to be real?
Do
you have to send
there's
a picture
no way
or
of knowing.
marriage certificate or something?
No, I don't know.
I'll go propose right now.
I don't know.
Bill, you want to go get proposed to at Cracker Barrel?
Yeah.
We get free chicken and dumplings for a year?
I do.
Their food is just so heavy. Erica swore by it.
Well, it depends on what you get. There's plenty of stuff on that menu that you can eat and not feel. I've eaten at Cracker Barrel.
Is
no.
Yes, it's covered in gravy.
No,
it isn't.
It's not. I've eaten there when my older kids were younger. There's a Cracker Barrel not far from, and they like going to Cracker Barrel. I would eat like normal food. And everybody like, all these goddamn vegans. I'm not a vegan, but they do have options for people who are like, I don't want fried gravy steak for breakfast. You can get fruit. You can get, they have things that are not that. That's not what they're spotlighting, because still you've got a brand there that people understand, and most people aren't going there for that. But if you're with people who, a little something for everybody. 5 couples will win free Cracker Barrel for a year. You just have to propose. And you got to post it on Instagram. Using the hashtag #ISaidYes at Cracker Barrel. But for people who aren't ready to pop the question, I think you can get a free dessert or something like that too. So Mary, go ahead. I don't know what your plans are tonight. You and Brian, go to the Cracker Barrel, use the appropriate hashtags, post, and you could be rocking out to free food for a year.
Oh, that would be great.
See, here's the thing with these kinds of contests, though. The fine print, they really have to cap this stuff because they know who their audience is. They're not going to let you go willy-nilly on free food for a year. It's going to say, up to $2,000 or whatever, So read the fine print. But for some people, that's a good enough hook. It's a huge hook.
I'm trying to look for some of their lighter fare.
Well, they have like grilled chicken tenders, like the just pieces of chicken that they haven't cut up and turned into chicken and dumplings yet.
Breakfast is pretty heavy.
No, it doesn't have to be, though. They have like fit options. I've gotten an egg white omelet there before. Like, it's all about what you choose. You don't have to get biscuits and gravy.
That's what I'm saying.
With 2 over easy eggs
You can
and
get
fries.
you can get a couple eggs and a piece of bacon
side
or
of
something.
fruit or something.
Side of fruit. Not everybody has to get for instance, right? If we're there for breakfast or something, I'll get the bowl of turnip greens.
There you go. Nice, sensible breakfast item.
But I like greens.
For breakfast?
Anytime.
Sure.
Got an onion slice. Yeah. 250 calories. I'm in. I'm out. I'm smoking. I'm beautiful. You get a house salad. That's where they bring you a salad in the shape of a house.
Difficult,
and you have
but
to
not
specify.
impossible.
That's why you have to be very careful if you say ranch,
Yeah,
because
'cause
they
that's
might
only one
mistake.
story.
They might mistake the style for the dressing you've asked for.
Yeah, I got salads but the stuff that jumps out at you is the heavier stuff.
That's what people are going there for. Yes.
I go there for chicken and dumplings, side of corn, side of mac and cheese, the little...
2 sides.
You get 3.
But you can ask for one. I mean,
yeah, but okay, you're so annoying.
why?
Because no one
I
thinks
don't.
like that.
Why do I need 3
No one
sides
thinks
of
like
food?
that. No one
Why?
thinks, oh, my dinner comes with 3 options for a side. I'll choose one, you keep the others.
Why not? It costs the same.
That's the point. If it
But
costs the same,
if-
get more food.
Get the food
But I'm
and
not
then just
going
take
to
a bite
eat
or,
it.
Take a bite or 2 of it.
Why would
Or
I get
take
food?
it home.
Why would I waste? But I'm not going to eat it at home either.
Well, that's very privileged of
3
you.
sides of food?
Yeah. Yeah. Green beans or maybe potato casserole. I don't know. That's always a
What
toss-up.
the hell is a potato casserole?
What do you think it is, Alan? If you put those 2 words next to each other, what do you think you're going to get?
Isn't that what au gratin is? Just a potato casserole? Just potatoes
Sure,
smushed
except
together?
those ones are shaved potatoes and these ones are shredded. You're so annoying when it comes
Why?
to food.
I'm
Because
not.
You act like everything is this big injustice to health.
No. I'm not saying it's an injustice. I'm saying why waste food?
I'm not wasting it.
Well, I know these people aren't. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we're not going to waste it. We'll bring it home and eat it later. You
Yeah,
don't
or the
do-
next day.
You don't do leftovers.
No. Listen, all I'm saying is I've eaten at the Cracker Barrel on a number of occasions. And if they were like, you get 3 sides, I couldn't tell them 3 things I would like as a side. I'll take 1 side and...
You couldn't tell them 3 things you'd like as a side.
Greens, corn, and they have
All
these
right,
really good cinnamon apples.
Okay.
That's healthy.
Sides. Corn, beans, broccoli, coleslaw, fried
Plenty of
apples.
healthy things.
Okay, but again, it's not even about health because I'm already there, right? It's not about health. It's about what can I be reasonably expected to eat? And I'm not going to eat that much.
You're not.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm speaking for myself. Who am I talking about? I'm speaking for me. I'm not speaking for anybody else.
And we're speaking for
like,
we.
You act like 3 sides is unimaginable.
It is,
you
for
act
me.
Like, no, you act like 1,500 calories is like, oh my God, how you gluttons. Your stomach's going to explode and you're going to have spaghetti coming out of your throat.
Dude.
Like,
each side, okay, just the sides. Let's say you get 3. Let's say you take all 3, okay? If you're smart, if you're lucky, there's 600 calories.
So
you think the
what?
the entrees are like 3,200 calories. I mean, come on, man.
we've already agreed that if you're going here, they have health conscious choices.
I'm not arguing with that, but how am I the weird one all of a sudden?
Because you
I'm
act,
not. I'm talking about myself.
and that's fine, but you act like
I don't act like anything.
insane for someone to get 3 sides.
It is.
It's
Let's be
not,
real.
though.
It is.
It's really not, though.
Look around.
You look around.
Right, but that's why
You're
it's not
the one
insane.
In the minority.
Yes.
The people, granted, fine. That's why I'm talking about myself. But the people who are ordering 3 sides, they're not ordering greens and corn. They're like,
I just told
can I
you
get
was.
2 of the steak? Can I get 3 of the steak fries?
They might be, sure.
Can I get all 3 dumplings and fried apples? Fried apples?
Maybe.
Ah, boy, I love it.
It's good food.
Anyway,
Tastes yum,
if
yum.
you want to get engaged.
Put the ring around a fried apple.
There you go.
And hold it up to her.
Right.
Dripping and oozing.
Yeah. Baby, I love you. Well, they got a fireplace. Like the ambiance,
Yeah.
okay. And then you play the, you can work ignoramus into your engagement, right? Into your proposal.
Mm-hmm.
Ignoramus is that
The
tea game.
triangle game.
Yeah.
The golf tee game.
Golf tee game. Thank you.
It's a fun game. I like that game.
I'm always an ignoramus.
Oh, you
Nothing I can do
you
about
never
it.
gotten all the way?
No.
Oh, loser.
Just like myself.
That's why he's
Like
mad.
in high
Yeah.
school.
What an idiot.
I'm taking it out on that tea game.
Yeah.
That's unfair. Hey, Mike,
Yes.
what's going on?
Hey, I'm talking about these 3 side dishes. Why not just order 3 of the same one? This way, you'll have extra and you just take it home.
You can do that.
He doesn't eat leftovers. He won't do that.
Oh.
Yes.
Damn, I forgot that about him. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He has enough
Mike's
money.
like, I forgot that about. I'm going to mark that in my Allen diary. I forgot.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mike. No, listen, that's a viable thing. Hey, could I get 3
Sides of greens. If
sides
that's what you
of
like.
greens?
Sure.
Right. I just like that their baseline is 3 sides. That's how they operate. 3 sides.
What blows my mind
Tell
is
me.
that
Tell me what blows your mind.
This is not something you can grasp. That's
I
what
can't-
blows my mind.
I live in the world and I see people walking around. I can easily grasp
but you
what's
act
going
like
on.
it's insane
No, I
every
don't.
time it comes up.
It is. It is insane how much people eat.
But it shouldn't
It
surprise you.
is.
And you act like
I'm
every
not
time this comes up,
surprised.
you're like, that 3
I'm not surprised.
Oh my God.
I'm not surprised. I'm disgusted. I'm not surprised. Do you hear surprise in my voice? No, nothing surprises me. What are you talking about? I was surprised that Ndamukong Suh was still in the National Football League.
That wasn't disgusting to
He
you.
was on the Eagles. Now that's a growing boy. He might need 3 sides of fried apples and corn. Hey, Marv.
Hey, Alan.
How are you?
I'm good. So I want to start. Cracker Barrel is my family's favorite restaurant. My dad.
Oh,
when he wants to go here,
good for you.
he actually says when he wants to go there, he calls it a crack attack. And then
Okay.
we all need to get in the car and travel over there. But I had to stop going because the last time I went there, if you look at your food, everything is like an off shade of like yellowish gray. The half the sides are the green beans come out gray, the cornbread comes out gray. Even the people serving you the food, they got a gray tint to them.
The people serving the food. Yeah, well, they're
Vitamin D deficient.
Yeah, they're working hard. It's not their fault. They're inside, man. You know.
Yeah, I don't know, but if you do go there, the breaded okra is the best side. I'll stand on that hill.
Even that, they're like okra. It's perfectly fine to eat by itself. It's a vegetable, green and leafy. Let's bread it. Oh,
Makes it
boy.
delicious.
Yeah. Okay.
Okra
Thank you,
leaf.
Marv. I appreciate that. What?
Okra doesn't have leaves.
Okra? What am I thinking?
No, okra. I mean, I don't
Okra's
know how
like the
okra grows.
like it's the long.
It looks like a bean.
Yeah.
And then they cut it up
Oh
into
yeah,
small
yeah.
circles.
I'm just okay. Yeah. Breaded okra. I guess that makes more
Okra's
sense.
nasty. I feel like okra is so slimy. The texture of okra throws me off big time.
I guess it depends on how you cook anything. I don't mind okra. It's okay. It's good for your digestive system. You're over there with all kinds of weird stuff going on in your upper GI.
You don't know me.
You told us.
No, I
You're
didn't.
anemic.
I didn't say a word. Bill said that. Bill
You
tattled
said
on
you were
my-
anemic.
Bill tattled on my health.
I just jumped the gun. And you would have said it 30
See?
seconds later.
See?
You would have said it 30 seconds later.
Wow.
There was never any not for air on that one.
All right. Well, anyway. Got alimentary issues over here. I've got to take a break. Hey, want to go see Disturbed? They're very serious these days. And they're coming through. They haven't toured in 5 or 6 years, maybe. Want to go see Disturbed? They're going to do Blossom this summer with Breaking Benjamin and Ginger. It's going to be August 27th. So we'll do that coming back. Next chance for you to grab some money is on the way, too. Last week to go fund yourself, so be listening for all these keywords. 5:30 is that next one. 35192 on a text for anything, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've listened to and loved over the past year.
Monday, March 27th, live on Fox. The biggest stars from all genres of music will come together at our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Who will go home a winner?
iHeartRadio Music Award goes to
The That's all up to you.
This year's nominees include
Imagine Dragons,
Red Hot Chili Peppers,
Weezer, Jack White,
21 Pilots,
Blink-182.
Help decide who should win in categories like Best Lyrics, Best Music Video, Best Fan Army, Favorite Tour Style, Favorite Residency, and more.
Find a full list of nominees and start voting for your favorites now at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
The Hartford knows there's nothing small about your small business. Learn more about small business insurance solutions from The Hartford at thehartford.com/small business. That's thehartford.com/small business.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, a chance of showers, a low in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, becoming sunny with a high in the mid to upper 60s. And Thursday, showers and thunderstorms, high around 60.
This report is sponsored by Fresh Time Market.
Get ready for game day at your local Fresh Time Market. This week, save on Jumbo 16 20-count raw easy peel shrimp, just $4.99 a pound. Now through February 14th. Get real.
Welcome to the Fake, Not So Fake, Roke Trem Radio Show. I'm here with part of the Calvetta family.
Yes.
Hello, Casey.
Hello, Roke. It's good to be back in the studio.
Hello, Austin.
Been a long time, Roke. Good to see you.
Casey, what time is it?
It's time to fall in love again with your home. Only at the Calvetta Brothers, of course.
Yeah. And where can people fall in love?
In Bedford Heights, Westlake, Northfield, and Menor. You can also visit us at calvettabrothers.com. We're on Instagram, too, at Calvetta Brothers. It might be at Calvetta Bros. Facebook.
Which one is it, Casey? 'Cause
It is indeed Calvetta Bros.
All right, or 216-662-5550.
Yeah, and if you give us a follow.
Follows, is that worth a $25 gift card to the
what?
Calvetta Brothers?
Sure.
Okay, done.
All right, Casey, what time is it?
It's time to fall in love again with your home, only at the Calvetta Brothers Floor Show.
Woo! Northeast Ohio. If you're bored with the game.
All right, Disturbed is going back on the road. They have not toured in a number of years, but they're touring this summer. The Take Back Your Life tour with special guests Breaking Benjamin and Ginger. It's part of the Minutemen concert series. Tickets, info, all that at livenation.com. It's going to go down at Blossom on Sunday night, August the 27th. If you want to mark that down, a couple of tickets here. Be caller 10, and you'll go to the show. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. We haven't heard from Political Joe in a while.
It's been a minute.
Hope he's okay. You saw Cake is going on tour, Bill.
Oh, I did not see that.
I assumed you would be giddy with anticipation at Cake going on the road, doing about a dozen dates this spring and summer. You'll have to travel, not coming to Cleveland, but why not? Boston, Connecticut, 2 nights in New York, Philly. Oh, the excitement, the talk singing.
Man, they're not even getting close.
No, San Diego, Denver, Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City. You go to Philly, go to New York. Last few days of July.
I hate going to New York.
Why?
It sucks.
fun.
It's a sucky city.
I love that
Really?
city. Every time I go there, I don't want to come back.
Comedy's great there, but everything, I hate that city. It's so annoying.
I love getting down into the streets and
everything,
just walking around.
everything
man.
having to do, it's good for like a day, but if it's in the summer, it's too hot. If the winter, it's too cold. Everything's a goddamn to do.
Well, yeah.
New York is
But
You have to recalibrate
overrated.
when you go there. I mean,
I disagree. I think that
It stinks in
sure,
the summertime.
It definitely
It smells terrible.
I agree. It definitely stinks. But for a city where you can do anything you want, any time of day, any day of week,
what do I want to do?
you want to sit in the house.
he's not an outside guy.
But
And
I'm saying-
everything in New York, that's
There are all kinds of
nice
places that you can go
is
and be
so
inside.
expensive.
Yeah.
But I don't want to spend that kind of money.
Oh, well, okay.
It's not worth the money that you're spending there. Everything's covered in rats.
Man, we
it's
just
a
got a
trash
couple
city.
of crotchety old men
Well,
in here
it's a
today.
crappy city.
I'm not
This
crotchety. I
one
love New
doesn't
York.
want. This one doesn't like sides. You don't like travel. What is happening in here?
I like traveling to places that are worth it, and for me, New York it's good for the comedy. That's really the only
It's
thing I
great.
like
I
there.
think it's great for entertainment. It's great for food. It like literally anything you
But
want to
we
do,
have
you can do it in New York
comparable
City.
stuff in
That is not even remotely true.
like enough.
No, it
I'm not.
isn't.
I'm
The
like,
Pineapple Club,
going
East
to see,
Village. You got nothing like that here.
going to see shows at Playhouse Square is way.
I'm not going all the way to the East Side.
That's way too far, first of all. No, I mean like if you want, for me, if I want vegan ice cream at midnight on a Tuesday, I can get that in New York City.
Yeah, but I don't need that.
But my point is that if you
Okay,
want
so if you
any
need
type
that-
of food, any type of entertainment, you want to see a jazz show on a Thursday afternoon at 2 p.m., you can go do that.
You can
That's
win.
incredible.
You can win the I don't want to travel and spend the money argument. You can never win the anything you can do in New York, you can do in Cleveland argument.
Anything that I want to
Well,
do.
yes, anything you want to do.
Well,
That's
the whole last segment was about how you don't like sides. So I'm going to say, for me, like going to see a jazz show at 2:00 on a Wednesday isn't that important to me.
But if you
It's not-
wanted to,
if I
you
wanted
could.
to, I could. But I'd rather just turn it on YouTube and stay on my comfortable couch and not pay $7 for a Bud Light.
You guys are, man, nobody on this show knows how to live.
I like traveling. No, I love traveling. Didn't get to do it as a kid, so I've tried to make it for the last time.
Super overrated.
You
You also probably don't really like how much you have to walk.
I don't mind walking. I like walking.
So then
I
you
both-
just the money.
It is the money, and then the experiences are always very meh for how much trouble it is to get to them.
You are
But I
also
like
the
going
only
to a
one of
place-
us. You are also the only one of us who's lived there.
Yeah.
I've never lived. We have friends. We visit friends, and we've been there a bunch of times. But I've never
grocery
lived
shopping
there.
and everything. Everything is a goddamn to do. Everything.
But it isn't.
It is, but you kind of recalibrate for.
I mean, I've gone.
Go
I'm
grocery
going in
shopping.
May. It'll be my third time, and every time I go, the first thing I do when I get into my friend's place is I go to the grocery store. Sure, it's
You
not
also
a.
happen to have a friend that lives in Manhattan.
No, I have a friend who lives in Astoria.
Oh, Astoria.
The friend
Well,
that
that's
I
where I
live
live,
with
yeah.
is in Astoria, or that I stay with is in Astoria. There's not like a Whole Foods or a Heinen's, but there's a little bodega that has everything you need. They have a deli, they have fruit, they have vegetables, they have chips. So you go down, walk a half a mile down the street,
All of which are available in Cleveland.
load up your
You're
little
making
bag.
this point for him.
But I'm saying it's not that big of a to-do to walk a half a mile to the grocery shop. That's not that big of a deal. It arguably
To him,
takes
it is.
longer. It arguably takes longer to get in your car, drive somewhere, go through a big grocery
was where I
store,
live.
and come home.
I can grocery shop like that. And I can walk. I have a grocery store I can walk to that I walk to from time to time.
Listen, New York.
Yeah,
where else
it's
can you
fine.
get terrible pizza at any time of day or night?
My whole
Oh
point.
my God, they talk about the pizza like it's the best thing ever. And there's good pizza in Cleveland. There's
I
good pizza
agree.
in Sioux City, Iowa.
Yeah,
There's
New
good
York pizza is like it's
everywhere.
like cheese on carpet remnants. That cost you $5
Listen, it's-
a slab.
There's redeeming qualities to it, but it's just not. And again, I don't need to go watch a jazz show at 2:00 on a Wednesday. It's not that exciting to me.
You're not a person who does things.
I do.
I
Lots
am a
of things.
person who does things.
I do the things that I like to do.
But my point is that you would never see an ad on Facebook like, oh, so this, whatever, like a jazz show at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday and be like, I got nothing going on today. I'll go do that. That is not something that you would normally do.
But he also doesn't have to either. I mean, if he doesn't want to do it, he doesn't want to do it.
Well, nobody has to do it.
I don't want to eat all three sides.
I'll just learn to play jazz myself.
He's
I'll be
feeling
able
it
to
on the
afford
kazoo.
lessons in Cleveland.
Your harmonica.
Hey, Randy.
Hey, how you doing, Alan?
Intense Randy, formerly of the Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle.
Yeah, you forgot to mention you made me MVP.
I forgot to mention, right. Well, but the only people who would care about that are the people who were there, Randy.
And even
Well, I actually care about it. I mean, that's no big deal. Okay, well, look, but I have a couple comments.
This is why I call him Intense Randy, because it's...
Did you already hang up on me? No, you
No,
didn't. Okay,
I'm
good.
right here. I'm doing my show.
Hey, listen, first and foremost, I have a couple complimentary things to say. Congratulations, best friend Bill, for winning the Polar Blast.
Thank you.
He's your best friend.
Congratulations.
He's
to Mary
Intense
for,
Randy's best
coming
friend.
in second.
Yeah.
I didn't come in second. Cody did.
Poundcake came in second.
He's talking
Fine, I didn't. I forgot about strawberry shortcake. Okay, my bad. Anyway, my questions are to you. I have two questions. One is, oh no, what really already?
Come on, man. I got a life to lead here.
All right,
What do you got?
Here we go. Let me get to them, and I'll get off the phone real quick for you. No problem. Bill, Mary, Alan, this question is posed, and Poundcake. Do you think eating breakfast any other time besides breakfast is like a bad? Because I know a lot of people that think I can't eat eggs at 10 o'clock at night. Unless you're drunk, and a drunken stupor, that's different. I
Randy,
get
what
that.
the
That
hell
means
are
late
you
night.
talking about? I don't know. Now I'm hanging up on you. I don't know what yeah, breakfast for dinner is a thing, if that's what you're talking about. What is he talking about? That's why he's Intense Randy.
If we were on board with it, I guess.
Yes, fine. Eat eggs at night. Yes, protein before dinner or before bed. That's good for you.
Just don't you dare have more than one side.
That's right. Let me give you money here.
And get it in Cleveland where it's cheaper.
There you go.
Don't buy it in New York.
Do you know what 3 sides cost you here as opposed to 3 sides in New York?
Yeah, we're trying to win $1,000 so you can get one.
2 sides in New York.
Just get one dinner.
Cut to me having an omelet for dinner with toast, hash browns, fruit, and I'm sending both of you a picture with my $30 bill. Like, look at me living the life that you guys never wanted. Give me that $1,000.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. They're not giving you fried apples. There's nothing wrong with fried apples. They're giving you Southern fried apples. Cinnamon, sugar, caramel.
They're real goopy.
Yes, that's what I got.
They're good.
I grew up with my dad cooking Southern food. That's what it is. I mean, they're not giving you fried apples. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just hot apples. Like my wife hates things with hot fruit, right? So if I'm like, ooh, apple pie with nothing to do with it. Like my daughter's birthday was yesterday, a little one. She turned 7. All she wanted to do was she wanted to have Five Guys, but eat in the restaurant.
Ooh.
That was her request. We've gotten Five Guys to go. We've never
in New York or Cleveland.
We've never eaten inside. That was her modest proposal was, let's get Five Guys and eat it in the place.
I'm actually a proponent of that because I think Five Guys is better to eat as fast as you can because it's not going to travel well. The burgers and the fries are going to be better the fresher they are.
You may be, because people were texting me, accusing me of being the guy who like throws away all the extra fries at the bottom of the bag. Ray in Berea. I said, first of all, there's no such thing as extra fries. But second of all, I would just get a small fry.
They don't have a small fry.
That's the thing with Five Guys. If you order a small, you got plenty for everybody, right? I actually got a hot dog yesterday.
Hey.
Because I hadn't had one of those in a long time.
I've never had a Five Guys hot dog.
They split it down the middle so they can grill it. And when you unwrap it, it's a mess. But it tastes great.
Do you guys remember when I won the hot dog machine from work?
Yeah,
in that raffle?
You used it on Sunday.
Well, Brian's a vegetarian, and it's just the two of us during the week, and then we get his daughter on weekends. So for me to have a hot dog machine doesn't make a lot of sense. Our buddy hosts a lot of events. They have people over all the time for Browns games or Super Bowls or whatever. And a couple months after we got the hot dog machine, I had been sitting in the garage. I texted my buddy. I was like, yo, do you have any use for a hot dog machine? I know you have people over all the time. And he's like, oh, absolutely. And then when we got to their house for the Super Bowl party, he was using the hot dog machine. And he had it full. There was like 40 hot dogs in there. The buns were in the top. It was a big hit. Big hit. So thank you, Dave at iHeartMedia. Thank you for that hot dog machine because our Super Bowl party enjoyed it very much.
It was lit.
They loved it.
It was Lataf.
Yeah, he had like a toppings bar next to it, chili, cheese, like any ketchup, mustard, relish, all kinds of stuff.
Mm. Alan, I've lived in New York for 6 years. Bill ain't that far off. Other people accusing Bill of hating fun.
I mean, he's on record as that.
I don't hate fun. I like fun.
He likes being inside.
Well,
I like the fun that I like.
For you
Yeah.
is sitting at home and watching YouTube. I mean,
I did a weekend out this weekend.
You also got to know what you like.
Yeah, I know what I like, and I know that New York's annoying. It's very annoying. There's definitely fun things to do there, but
I just
it ain't worth it. Especially with what you. I mean, the cost to fun ratio in New York is not there for me.
Yeah.
I think there's other cities that I'd rather go to, other places I'd rather go to. You know, I like if I'm going to travel somewhere, I want to go somewhere that's more scenic. I've seen cities. Cities are kind of gross to me. I'd rather go to a cabin in the woods. I like mountains. I like streams.
Sure,
I like things
but
like that.
So you do like the outdoors?
Yes, if I'm in a cabin looking out at them.
No. He likes the outdoors, right?
You like being
to look
inside.
at it.
You like being inside, surrounded
But I'll
by
go
outdoors.
on a hike. I'll hike. I'll sit outside during the day. I'll go into a hot tub at night. But I don't like to say I'm getting this energy from the earth. That's I've never felt that one bit where people are like, I'm reconnecting with Mother Nature.
Really?
Oh, shut up.
We're going to Sedona for spring break, and I'm really looking forward to it.
But that's great. I would love that. That would be fun because you probably have a nice place to stay. You're not camping. You're not sleeping on a
saying
cot.
you gotta sleep on a cot or camp, but Sedona is known for its hiking and it's hot. I feel like you would hate it there.
Well, you go hiking in the morning before it gets too hot.
It's hot always.
It's always hot.
Arizona. You're in a desert.
No, but
remember we were there. It was 105 overnight.
When we were there, when we'd go, it was I would get up in the morning and go hiking. I went on a few different hikes in Goodyear in the surrounding areas, and I had a great time, and it was not that hot in the morning.
We're leaving for Hawaii in 13 days. And I am very much in the.
Good for you.
I cannot wait to reconnect with nature because water is like, I know we're right on Lake Erie, but going to the ocean and laying on a beach is so just relaxing, refreshing, and meditative for me when I can go and just lay and listen to the ocean and kind of listen to chatter and whatever the sounds around me.
You can get that on a white noise machine, Mary.
You're right. I don't just Amazon Prime it and live in a cave.
And then get some sand from Home Depot. You got your own little Hawaii at home. For Hawaii, I'd be more excited about going to like into the jungle parts. Like the beach, I'm gonna go if I'm in Hawaii because it is beautiful. But I would rather like by like the waterfall and like the hiking up the volcanoes and stuff like that. That's more intriguing to me than the beaches.
Well, when you're talking about people who are,
But I don't like connecting to nature. Like,
but I'm saying not even connecting with nature, but when I feel like laying on a beach is really the only time I fully untap. That I can just lay there and really like let go of everything and not think is when I'm laying in the sun and I can hear waves and all that.
I think this might be a thing that happens when you get a little older and you have had
Just let go.
Like I can have that meditative state anywhere if everybody just leaves me alone.
So then that's not everywhere.
Like no. I mean like just don't like if I'm by myself, I can get there. But if I'm with someone else and they're like blah 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 blah, here like they have to say every thought that's in their head, it makes it a little more difficult because I can just veg out and meditate and be in that like nothing matters state. I can get there anywhere in the world.
What if the spirits start talking to you out in one of the vortices there?
That's all right. That's part of the whole thing. But also, they know I don't want to be bothered. I'm not going to bother them.
They defer to you.
That's our whole agreement at this point.
Brad is in Memphis, Tennessee. What's going on, Brad?
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
I'm fine. Last week you were trying to find a good show for you and your daughter to watch.
Yeah, TV show. Yeah.
Left field. Yeah. Have you ever heard of Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Yes.
Oh, you've already seen it then?
Didn't stick with her. Something on Netflix called My Dad, the Bounty Hunter. I'm trying to get her into. We just started that.
Oh.
I really wish that she were into Star Wars and Marvel because, boy, we'd be living it up. But so far, nothing along those lines. But I appreciate the recommend, Brad.
Get her into Ted Lasso. That's coming back.
Thank you, Brad. There's Brad in Memphis. Season 3 of Ted Lasso,
Yeah.
March 15th. Very exciting. What were you saying, Cody?
About what? I don't remember.
I don't know. You jumped in about something about being in the desert or something, and I thought I cut you off.
I don't remember now.
All right.
I know. I said my gays are now in Rio de Janeiro. They're in Brazil right now. I think that was like their Valentine's Day trip. And they said no one speaks English, but they all listen to American music in gay clubs.
That Christ the Redeemer statue got hit by lightning. Were they there for that?
I don't know, but they were there. So when did it get hit?
I think last night or over the weekend or something.
Well, they did go yesterday. I saw pictures on their Instagram. They went, what is it when you're on a big parasailing? Like when you grab onto like a big kite in the sky?
Yeah, the boat pulls you and you're up on the thing.
Yeah, parasailing.
Oh, no. They didn't have any boat. They jumped off a cliff and they had
they went
what is
hang
that?
gliding.
Hang gliding, that's what it was.
Jeez, they do some wild stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
Awesome. I love that.
I can't keep up with them because they're supposed to go to Alaska, and I was like, "Where are you guys doing in Brazil?"
Do they do that solo, or they have to have somebody that knows what they're doing? With
No,
them?
it's just with those two. And I said, "Be careful."
They
go solo hang gliding?
No,
that
way.
can't be right.
No. I thought you meant to Brazil by themselves.
No,
Yeah,
they're going on an
well,
they're grown men. They can they go on an excursion and go hang gliding. They're not packing their own hang.
Yeah, they didn't rent a hang glider.
They're base jumping from the Christ the Redeemer statue.
Yeah, they have a guy in between them, and they're like hang gliding. I'm sure there would be a video posted. But
like, what you doing later, bud?
Right. Well, and in Brazil too, there's a lot of donkeys, right?
I don't know. I've never been.
Donkey.
What?
All right, I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch. And anywhere you are, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
stream like a pro, and watch like there's no tomorrow. Stream, watch, post, send, and trend. Do it all with our fiber-powered network, bringing you reliable, fast internet. Welcome to BreezeLine. Visit breezeline.com for latest offers. Service subject to availability. New customers in select areas only. Visit breezeline.com for details.
Hey, it's Bill. Here's why I choose Terry's North Coast Auto. If you're short on time, Terry's will pick you up and deliver your car for you. They give you a digital inspection that's sent right to your phone. You can also pay with your phone. You never have to set a foot in the store. Terry'sNorthCoastAuto.com.
Dear dark roast drinkers, it's Dunkin', the place you didn't think was for you. Well, meet the side of Dunkin' you haven't seen, the dark and roasty side. Because Dunkin' Midnight is here. It's their darkest brew yet. Brewed with bold, dark, chocolatey flavor notes. It's a dark roast you're going to want to try. And did I mention it's dark? Dunkin' Midnight, a surprisingly dark roast from Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. You know, they have a brand new location in North Canton that takes them to a grand total of 4, and in each one of them, they are in the process of refreshing their sales floor, which means it is the perfect time for you to get some brand new stuff, even more deals at Northeast Factory Direct than usual. What it means is they've got a ton of new inventory coming in. They've got new product lines and upgraded styles and colors and fabrics, all that stuff, all the latest models, right? So the existing floor models have to go somewhere and fast, which means they can go into your home. Now, once these are gone, they're gone. But you can go into any one of their locations and save even more than ever on great stuff. High-end items for your home. Ask them about 60-month special financing with no interest for 5 years, if that floats your boat. West 140th in Cleveland is where you'll get them on the east side. They're in, west side rather, east side in Euclid. They're in Macedonia, and that new location in North Canton. You're going to find some awesome deals at all of them. Get online, northeastfactorydirect.com for more.
Yeah, you know, back in my day, a gallon of gas was only 8.
Park. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by the Ken Ganley Auto Group.
Auto show specials are going on now at Ken Ganley Auto Group. #1 in Ohio with over 6,000 new and used online at KenGanleyAuto.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Hello. We're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
There's a place off Ocean Avenue where I used to sit and talk with you.
Oof. You guys remember this?
Oh, yeah.
This dude was DJing at the Foundry one night at Emo Night.
Yeah, this is one of my
Pretty
sister's
cool.
favorite bands.
Yellow Card is the band, and I mention it because they're coming through. Didn't you say Mayday Parade is one of your sister's favorites?
Dude, her favorites are like Mayday Parade, A Day to Remember.
Yeah, that's who's opening.
Yellow Card.
Mayday Parade is opening for Yellow Card. I'm
Yeah.
like, of all the bands to be your favorite, that one jumped out at me, boy, because you said your sister loves Mayday Parade. Yellow Card celebrating 20 years of Ocean Avenue, as that was their one hit. They're doing Blossom in July for people who are into this pablum, along with Story of the Year and This Wild Life. Tickets are on sale this Friday if you dig these bands. I certainly don't mean to be dismissive of them because they're very, very popular.
If this had been Yellow Card, Finch. You remember Finch?
Oh, yeah. I was hosting at, there used to be a festival. There used to be a festival in Pennsylvania called the Rolling Rock Town Fair. And it was 2000 to 2005. So one of those years, I was in Pittsburgh the entire time. And this was out in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, because that's where they brew Rolling Rock. And this is a big deal for a while. And the only reason I know Finch is because I got caught in the middle of a fight between the guys from Finch and the guys from Disturbed.
Oh, that's amazing.
I had been talking. So the Rolling Rock Town Fair was set up so that it was one big stage that would spin. And so when one band was playing, they were setting up on the other side for the other band. And it was all of the greats of your early mid-aughts, right? It was like Moby and Fuel and Alien Ant Farm and all these kinds of blah, blah, blah. And I was doing stage announcements because my station at the time was we were very visible for this festival. And I had spoken to the Disturbed guys on a number of occasions because they were a Chicago band and early aughts, they were just coming up. And the Finch guys on stage, with all due respect to Finch, Disturbed was a much, much bigger band than they were. And they were shrimp talking Disturbed on stage. Because Disturbed, I like Disturbed a lot, but they are more of like kind of a meathead band, you know? And they take themselves very seriously, and it's fine. It's all black, and but that's what it is. And so I'm on, like Disturbed was getting off or coming on. I remember what it was. But I'm on the Disturbed bus and talking to them, and somebody comes out telling them that Finch is on stage talking shrimp about them. And so the Disturbed guys, like, bust out of the bus, and the Finch guys are getting off stage. I guess they didn't realize they were going to try to hightail it out of there. So I'm kind of in the middle. We're all getting off the bus, and the Finch guys, you can see them coming off stage, off the railing, and once they see what's going on, they start booking for their tour bus. And the Disturbed guys are banging on their tour bus, telling them to get off, and we're going to kick your asses, and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, guys, who cares? Like, this is a thing right now? Who cares? That they don't think you're awesome. But listen, everybody's drinking, everybody's having a good time.
To get burned. That's a Finch joke.
Yes.
Nobody got that.
I got it. That was their hit. Yeah. So it was, this would have been 2004 that happened. But anyway, my one and only interaction with the band Finch was that the guys from Disturbed wanted to kick their asses. And they the crew comes over and starts trying to rock their bus. It was a whole thing.
I went out to visit my buddy who had moved out to L.A., and we went and saw Finch and Yellow Card and Homegrown all at the Anaheim House of Blues, and it was right before I was leaving for the Philippines, so it was my last hurrah for secular fun.
Sure.
And that was an awesome memory. No fights. It was just cool.
Seeing Finch.
Love Finch. Yeah.
Okay, well, somebody had to. I mean, they were on this festival, I think that Anaheim House of Blues is still there.
Probably.
The one in Hollywood closed. But, maybe it is. Whatever. Who cares? Anyway, Yellow Card. If you like them, they're coming to play with one of Mary's favorite bands.
Nope. My sister's favorite bands.
You said Yellow Card was one of your favorite bands.
One of my sister's favorite bands.
Oh.
I
have been sorely, but you still like that vibe. Like,
Yes.
you're cool with that vibe.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just bought my VIP package to Fall Out Boy in July.
Now, what will that entail?
You get, I think you get like a.
Is it a meet and greet?
It is not. It is very clearly stated in all capital letters. This is not a
All
meet
caps.
and
The
greet.
band wants nothing to do with their fans.
100%.
That's what it means.
I've met him. It's not that exciting.
This is just a cash grab.
Yes, you get like a VIP entrance and a VIP lounge. You get a merch, like exclusive merch that they're not selling at the merch stands.
Yeah.
And there's one other thing. It's not parking. There's one other thing. It's the merch, the entrance. Oh, a private VIP host. I don't know what that means.
Does that mean?
They show
I'm
you
like-
to your seats.
They show you to their seats, or I was like, will she go?
I
he
can
or
find
she?
my seats, guy. I love all these like fake add-ons.
I mean, if it's a
right
server,
that they do to justify. Yeah, if you're have
like
your own
if I
person.
don't
but-
if I don't have
Are
to
you
go
in a
get a
box?
drink. No, I'm not in a box. That was the thing. There were no boxes because boxes are all season tickets at Blossom.
But they're always like, you get your own personal concierge,
Yeah.
which turns out to be the person who shows you to your seat,
Yeah.
like an usher.
So that might be what that is.
Like you
but yeah.
can't figure out the letters and numbers.
That's what I'm saying.
what?
Like to justify these prices.
A24. I'll never figure that
Oh
out.
God, how do I?
Did the numbers go up or down, or like, is it an alphabet in descending order, or how do I'm all turned around.
Yeah, I asked several people in my life. I was like, I asked my sisters first. I said, you guys have interest in seeing Fall Out Boy? I am not sitting on the lawn. I am getting good seats. So if you do not want to spend X amount of dollars, do not come. And both them and Ryan were all like, yeah, no, I'm not spending that on Fall Out Boy tickets. So I'm riding solo. Got me a VIP package, and I'm going to enjoy it. Which you
Solo.
can't. What?
I love that.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'd rather go alone than drag
then, yeah.
someone with me and them not have a good time. I told Brian, I was like, listen, I will pay for your ticket, but if you are not going to have fun at the show,
If you're not
I
going to
would
match your level or
right.
your
I
energy.
would rather go by myself. And he was like, I wouldn't pay that to see my favorite band. I'm definitely not going with you.
Right.
Like you're out of your mind.
You know what surprised me is Big Time Rush is like touring again, and they're coming to Blossom, and I'm like, I didn't understand how big they were to like. I don't know any of their hits for them to still be touring.
I don't know any other hits to begin with.
Well, still, that's what I'm saying. I don't know any of their hits for them to be like touring still. I didn't know that they were a TV band. I didn't know they were a real band. It's like
And they had real fans.
Yeah, they're a band. That they put on television, right?
Yes,
I don't think.
but-
I mean, they're the same thing as the Jonas Brothers.
Right.
They're not the same
The
thing.
Monkees.
as
Yeah, they
Jonas
are.
Brothers.
They're the
Jonas
exact
Brothers-
same thing.
No, they're not. The Jonas Brothers were a thing before they got a TV show, before they got on Disney.
So was this one.
Big Time Rush was not. Big Time Rush was
Yeah,
created.
they were called Big Tim Rush, and and then Tim got kicked out of the band, and
Yeah.
then they turned it into a TV show.
It was Big Tim Misney, and it was a whole thing. Well, yes, but if you are a band that's put together for a television show, you can go out. That's how people know you, and so you can go out and do shows.
I understand that, but the fact that they're still doing it, I'm like, your show has been, I don't know if it's canceled, but it's just been off air for a very long time. I can't believe.
Right, it was only on for like 3 or 4. I remember I think my older daughter watching it when she was younger. It was only on for like a few seasons.
And it was very.
But still, this is all nostalgia. It's forced nostalgia, right? My daughter's 18 years old now. If there's people her age that go, oh my God, Big Time Rush, they'll go see them. You don't have to. You can fill in the gaps. You go, hey, let's just throw this together and go sell some tickets.
Okay.
I assume that's what it is.
Okay, well, I mean, joke's on me. They're still touring, and they must be doing well. I just didn't.
Yeah, that's why they did it, to play a joke on you.
I just didn't take it seriously.
Well, you don't have to take it seriously. Other people do. I don't take any of the music that other people like seriously.
But it's not the same thing, though.
Who cares?
Do you remember
It's
Cramp
not the
Flag
same
Water?
thing.
Yeah. Why do you care? Why do you care if it's like people like it and you don't have to go?
Okay.
Right? I mean, let people be happy.
I'll probably go. I'm just.
After all
That's
that.
what it is.
Yeah.
I
He's
knew
trying
I-
to convince himself
I knew that was the
it's okay to enjoy
subtext.
it.
Yeah. I'll probably go.
Make it stop, never wait.
Yeah, so you like it. You are too old to like it, but you like it.
I need someone to go with me because I look suspect going to that concert.
Everyone knows who you are. And you're not tricking anybody.
No, he's just talking about his hairline gives him away.
Oh, he looks too old to be there?
Yeah.
Far
Oh.
too old to be at that concert.
Yeah, if everybody else there is Alan's oldest daughter's age, 18, 19 years old.
He's the old man.
And he's the
yeah.
30-year-old there. Then they're like, what
I'm
are you doing?
I'm not getting lawn seats. I'm going to pay good money for these seats. I'm going to be right up close.
Everybody going, why were you watching this show when you were 20?
That's what I'm saying.
And he's like, I liked it.
Cheetah Girls ended.
Hey, you don't sleep on the Cheetah Girls.
I'd love to sleep on the Cheetah Girls.
If they were still touring, I would go see
one of them. I got a letter from Lauren over the weekend. She goes, I was hearing you talk about Cody needing to wear gloves for his sweaty hands. I don't have sweaty hands, but I have really bad eczema on my hand, and I wear fingerless gloves to stop myself from scratching it raw.
Ugh.
That's also just a tough look, too, so that works out.
Yeah, I just tell people I'm going for homeless chic, she says.
There you go.
The only glove options are Butler White or Hobo Garbage Fire. And she suggests that... I got a lot of messages about Poundcake's sweaty hands.
Oh, poor Poundcake. Man, brother, I hope you never go to jail or prison. That is the worst thing to say. Hey, sorry, fellas. The more nervous I get, the more wet my hands get. Oh, no. Stay out of gym pop.
That's what I told you. I was like,
so
yeah.
what you're saying is I'll be really popular, and so they need me. They're not going to kill me off. I'm not going to get shanked.
No, you're not going to get shanked.
Oh, way worse.
But you're gonna
wish you had been shanked.
I'm good. Whatever.
Oh, God.
You got to make your oasis where you can make it.
There you go. That's the spirit.
That's the spirit.
Same spirit with Big Time Rush.
Yeah. We have bureau chiefs in the great state of Wyoming, by the way. I think our 2 or 3 bureau chiefs probably constitute 10% of that state's population. But, you know, they're always trying to come up with new ways to improve the lives of Wyomans, I assume. I don't know. And they're trying to introduce a bill in Wyoming that would make it easier to drink booze and be served it while doing a variety of things, including throwing axes, darts, and something called chicken roping that is very popular in the state of Wyoming.
Okay, can we guess what this is? Because I'm curious.
Chicken roping? I'm assuming it's lassoing
It's
a chicken.
nothing sexual.
Okay, is it lassoing chickens?
Is that?
That's
what I was going to guess, too.
What else would it be?
Yes, it is roping chickens. That's right. It's very self-explanatory. Bullying hens and roosters for rodeo-style entertainment is how some people are describing it. They run a little chicken out of a pen, and then they rope it. So you got to try to get the cord around its neck, and somebody else tries to get one of their feet. And there's a place in Moorcroft, Wyoming. We don't have a bureau chief there. We got Sarah in Rawlins. We've got some people in Casper, Wyoming. But again, no two towns are near each other in Wyoming, right?
Is it hurting the chickens? Because if I don't want to hurt a chicken. I mean, I want
Well, I mean,
die
I-
and eat it, but
yeah,
I don't want to be the one that does it.
It doesn't sound like it's fun for the chicken.
Yeah.
There's a bar called Dewey's Place in Moorcroft, Wyoming, where chicken roping is very, very big there, and they've pushed it all the way up to the state legislature that they be able to sell alcohol. What could go wrong, right? I mean, you go to an axe throwing joint now, you can get a beer.
Yeah.
You just got to be careful. So, to the chickens at boot level, they're freaked out. I was reading an article, I saw this, from a woman who works, she's the president of an organization called United Poultry Concerns. Listen, somebody has to head up these organizations, but that's got to make for, you know, it's like if you're the head of, who did we hear from not long ago? Our buddy Spuds McKenzie from the National Potato Council.
Yeah, not long ago.
He'll call in
4 years ago.
I have no concept of time. But the National Potato Council, you know, or the National Broccoli Growers. Yeah, somebody has
JoJo's,
to
yeah.
run these organizations. And so this woman who runs United Poultry Concerns, Karen Davis, is very much against the whole idea of chicken roping. Wyoming or anywhere else. She said it's pure bullying, inflicting great trauma on these chickens that may not even manifest itself until after the event. So she's talking about chicken PTSD.
Is it going to make them taste worse?
I bet it would make them a little bit more tender. I bet it soften them up a little
Yeah.
bit. I don't know. But she's like, obviously these hens and roosters have no chance against people who are out there trying to rope chickens. This is from an article in the Cowboy State Daily. There in Wyoming. And so, as this show is represented in almost all of the 50 states, it stands to reason that any listeners we might have in the state of Wyoming might be interested in this, either one way or another. You know, I'm sure some people are pro chicken roping, and other people might be anti chicken roping. Just because you live in Wyoming doesn't necessarily mean you're pro chicken roping. But it is the equality state. That is one of the nicknames for Wyoming. And by that, I assume they mean everyone there is white. But listen, chicken roping, a big deal out there. And what can you say about Wyoming? One of our squarest states, I guess. Only 500,000 people live in the entire state. So that's a lot of chickens. You've seen the bucking horse is their symbol. They take rodeo very, very seriously. And so somewhere along the line, somebody said, hey, it seems like it might be really, really dangerous to just confine our roping to steers and dogies. What if we shrink it down a little bit? We got a lot of chickens running around here. The Cowboy State.
Is this why eggs have gone up so high?
Yes, chicken roping.
They're roping up all the chicks.
Well, you get that quarter on its neck, and the pressure disperses through the body of the chicken. Premature egg comes shooting right out the back.
I knew it.
And then it's lost. It's gone. It just rolls onto the dusty ground, never to be seen or eaten or heard from again. So, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is let's bring chicken roping to Ohio and see what happens there. And, you know, be a revenue generator. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text for anything, last word, ideally, before we get out of here, 35192. Cavs are off tonight. You get the Corey Roddick experience at 6:30, and your next chance to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself is coming up.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.